Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I rise today to urge my colleagues to reject Pete Hegseth as the next Secretary of Defense. Pete Hegseth is the most unqualified nominee for Secretary of Defense in our nation's history. At his confirmation hearing, Pete Hegseth bobbed and weaved to avoid answering just basic questions about his record. But what Hegseth failed to account for is that his entire record is damning. I'd like my Senate colleagues, people who are seriously considering voting to confirm Pete Hegseth, to think long and hard about this decision. We need a Secretary of Defense who will be ready at 2 in the morning to give life or death national security advice to the President. Would you trust Pete Hegseth, who has allegedly been so drunk at work events that he passed out on a bus and urinated in front of the hotel where his colleagues were staying? Would you trust him to answer that call? We need a Secretary of Defense who will help us root out the problem of sexual assault in the military. Would you trust Pete Hegseth, who has been credibly accused of raping a woman and buying her silence, to protect victims of sexual assault? We need a Secretary of Defense who will be able to manage the nation's largest federal agency, one that oversees almost 3.4 million people and a budget of nearly $850 billion a year. Would you trust Pete Hegseth, who drove a small veterans nonprofit to the brink of bankruptcy, to manage billions of our tax dollars? The list of glaring disqualifications goes on and on. Hegseth supports requiring every senior military officer to pass a political litmus test. This politicization of the military is a slap in the face to leaders who have served their country honorably for decades. But the point is that Pete Hegseth is not just unqualified for the role, he is a walking national security threat. We need a Secretary of Defense who will help our country meet its recruiting goals, something we are already struggling with. Pete Hegseth has said that women in the military, quote, shouldn't be in combat at all. 300,000 women have served in Iraq and Afghanistan since 9/11. Pete Hegseth has now insulted every one of them. That is not how a leader of the military will inspire people to join our cause. When people are responsible for our national defense, we ask something extraordinary of them. We ask them to put their lives on the line. All three of my brothers served in the military. My oldest brother was career military. And so I know how important that service is and how important it is that we pick the right person to lead our men and women in uniform. Pete Hegseth claims that our brave women in the military are somehow lowering our standards. But it is his lack of qualifications, his lack of character, and his lack of judgment that lower the standards for Secretary of Defense. We need a Secretary of Defense who we can rely on to keep all of us safe. Frankly, it is hard to imagine a worse choice than Pete Hegseth. Lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I rise today in opposition to Scott Bessent to be the next Secretary of the Treasury and in support of tens of millions of working families who need a government on their side. The Treasury Secretary is one of the President's top economic advisors. He has the power to lower costs for hardworking people or to give billionaires another break. Now, Mr. Bessent has a long history as an investment manager, helping rich clients get even richer. In fact, helping rich people get richer has been a very profitable business for him. Mr. Bessent is now a billionaire himself. He owns not one, but two multi-million-dollar mansions, including one in the Bahamas, and he has hundreds of millions of dollars in investments. Now, he spent a lot of money, but he saved money in one area. He hasn't paid the taxes he owes. According to an analysis from the congressional tax experts, Mr. Bessent has refused to pay $2 million in taxes that he owed on his hedge fund earnings just in the past 3 years. And Mr. Bessent has no demonstrated track record of fighting to make life better or more affordable for working people. So let's start with some of Trump's economic plans that Mr. Bessent would be in charge of advancing. Right now, Republicans in the White House and in Congress are working through their plans to extend tax breaks for billionaires and giant corporations, paid for in part with major cuts to health care. In plain English, Republicans are hoping you won't notice major budget cuts for nursing homes that take care of your grandpa, or the cuts in school lunches for poor kids. Move grandpa out of the nursing home and let the little kids go hungry in order to make sure that a tiny handful of billionaires get a few more truckloads of cash from Uncle Sam. There's a truth no one can escape. Someone has to pay to run this country. Folks like Scott Bessent think the burden should be just a little heavier on working people because billionaires like him are smarter than everyone else. One place or the other, someone has to pay. So during his hearing, I asked Mr. Bessent about those cuts for billionaires. I asked if there were any billionaires already rich enough that they didn't need another tax cut. And Mr. Bessent said, well, that it was unwise to single out anyone, not even billionaires. You wouldn't want to single out a billionaire like Jeff Bezos, who pays a lower tax rate than a Boston public school teacher. You wouldn't want to single out a billionaire like Mark Zuckerberg, whose company Meta paid a tax rate of just 11.5% in 2023, despite making nearly $40 billion in profits. You wouldn't want to single out a billionaire like Elon Musk, who's more focused on flying to Mars than making life better for working families here on Earth. Those billionaires had better seats at Donald Trump's inauguration than Trump's own cabinet members. Those billionaires dominate the American economy, and Republican plans to give them more tax breaks. This is the payout for Trump's, quote, rich as hell donors. And Mr. Bessent is another billionaire ready to do the hard work of cutting taxes for every billionaire in America, himself included. The top economic issue today is how do we lower costs for families and build an economy that works not just for the wealthy and the well-connected, but an economy that works for everyone. I'm hammering out plans to make it a little easier for families to be able to pay their bills, to buy a home, and to build some financial security. Trump's tax breaks for billionaires is the same old Republican playbook of trickle-down economics. Help the rich get richer and leave everyone else behind. But that's not the Trump administration's only bad economic idea. Mr. Bessent has been an advocate for deregulating Wall Street and letting big banks load up on risk. Deregulate Wall Street. Yeah, a lot of people remember how that approach brought our economy to its knees back in 2008. People who remember include the millions of people who lost their homes, the millions who lost their jobs, the millions who lost their savings. And now, once again, President Trump wants to run that same economic play, and Mr. Bessent is the guy he's picked to do it. We don't need less oversight of giant banks and Wall Street movers and shakers. Risk is building in the system. The too big to fail banks are quietly taking on riskier investments. The shadowy private credit market has loaded up on highly leveraged loans. And after waves of catastrophic losses, the insurance industry is facing a reckoning that even climate change deniers can't ignore. Without significant changes, another financial crash is coming. As we learned, those big crashes fall hardest on hardworking people who are just trying to make a living. A billionaire willing to roll along on deregulation poses a threat to the economic well-being of every American. And a billionaire who supports more tax cuts for every single billionaire in America is not someone who is watching out for hardworking families. For me, this is simple. I am ready to work together with President Trump's team wherever we agree to help working families. But I'm also ready to fight like hell when Republicans pursue economic policies that load up the risk in our financial system or tax policies that mostly benefit billionaires. I will vote no on Mr. Bessent to be the next Secretary of the Treasury, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam President, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Will the senator withhold?
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start by thanking Senator Murray for her extraordinary leadership. She has been a stalwart in the Senate for many, many years and now is the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee and knows firsthand the importance of the process by which we make a law in the United States, and that includes that we pass those laws in Congress, we fund them in Congress, it's signed by the President of the United States, and people across this nation can know through that process, those are what the laws are. And if you don't like those laws, then elect different people who will come up with different versions of the law. But everyone, Democrat or Republican, sticks to the same version, and that is a law is a law. The President of the United States or his co-president, Elon Musk, do not have the right simply to go back on the laws and say, oh, we picked that one, and that one to enforce, and that one no, and maybe that one half time. That is not how the process works. And Senator Murray has been the leading voice in fighting back against this, and I just want to say how much I appreciate all that she has done. So I want to talk for just a minute about Project 2025. During the 2024 election, the American people became familiar with this Republican document called Project 2025. The document laid out Republican plans to reshape our country if they gained control. Now, Americans, little at a time, got a chance to see the plan. People started to read it, and they were shocked. In no time, people from across the political spectrum, not just Democrats, Republicans, Independents, made clear how much they hated Project 2025 and that they wanted no part of it. So what was in Project 2025 that made it so widely hated across the political spectrum? A few things: firing civil servants, weaponizing the Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Investigations, unleashing force onto protesters and targeting political opponents, restricting abortion nationwide, ripping retirement and health care benefits from seniors, dismantling public education, and biggest and best, funding tax cuts for the rich by raising taxes on America's middle class. And I want to be clear, it's a big document, those are just the top lines. So Donald Trump's response was to swear over and over and over again that he had nothing to do with those plans. Didn't know about them, didn't endorse them, didn't want anything to do with them. Here are some of the things that Donald Trump said about Project 2025 back in 2024. Quote, "I know nothing about Project 2025. I have nothing to do with Project 2025. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal." And my personal favorite, they've been told officially, legally, in every way, that we have nothing to do with Project 2025. So think about that. During the 2024 election, Donald Trump claimed he didn't know anything about Project 2025, but he lied. Shortly after the election, he nominated one of the chief architects of Project 2025 in a key role with the government. Now, Donald Trump has named the lead architect of Project 2025, Russ Vought, to oversee the federal government's entire budget office. That's right. Listen to this one. He is putting the head writer of the plans that you had only read about in nightmares in a key government position. Russ Vought wrote Project 2025, and now Donald Trump is rewarding him by inviting him into the government in order to carry out the Republican blueprint to make our government force people to live in the image that Russ Vought and other extremist Republicans approve of. And he plans to rework our economy to benefit the wealthiest among us and make everybody else pay for it. Here are just a few of the things that Russ Vought has called for. Russ Vought has called on Congress to outlaw medication abortion nationwide, restricting women's reproductive rights even in states that protect abortion. Russ Vought has encouraged discrimination against transgender people in the workplace and in healthcare. In his first stint as OMB director, Russ Vought decried the use of federal funding for diversity and equity training in a letter to federal agencies. The Project 2025 playbook calls for eliminating almost every civil rights office in the federal government. And Russ Vought has said he intends to put federal workers, quote, in trauma and destroy the merit-based system for civil servants so that he can fill the government with right-wing extremists. I'm going to pause here for a minute to see if Senator Gillibrand wants to speak.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator Warren, for your unbelievable tenacity and clear-eyed and thoughtful remarks. I yield the balance of my post-cloture debate time on the Vought nomination to Senator Schumer.
Duly noted.
Thank you again, Senator Warren.
Let's keep in mind, so Russ Vought has called for outlawing abortion, medication abortion, nationwide. Doesn't matter whether or not you live in a state that says, no, we are going to protect abortion. Russ Vought wants to find a way to make sure it's shut down everywhere. He wants to encourage discrimination against transgender people. He thinks that getting rid of civil rights is the way to go for the American government, and he says he wants to put federal workers in trauma and destroy the merit-based system for civil servants so he can fill up our government with right-wing extremists. Now, we are already seeing firsthand the devastating effects of Russ Vought's plan for America. Russ Vought was the puppet master behind the funding shutdown that threw this country into chaos last week. You know, I saw this in Massachusetts. Parents didn't know if their toddler's daycare would be open. Seniors didn't know if the hot meal that they were expecting from Meals on Wheels would grind to a halt. No one knew if the nursing homes funded by Medicaid would be able to pay their workers. And that was just the tip of the iceberg for Russ Vought. If he is confirmed, you can absolutely bet on Russ Vought pulling out the rug from working people over and over and over again. And quite frankly, we don't know where he will stop. This is where they've started, 3 weeks in, and this is where they've started. So will Russ Vought, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump stop when they've ripped abortion rights away from every single woman in America? Will he stop When he's abolished the Department of Education and fired 180,000 teachers from their jobs? Will he stop when he has privatized Medicare and when seniors can't afford to go see the doctor? Will he stop when he's done stealing from middle-class families in order to fund tax breaks for the wealthiest households? Yep, by the way, that is in his blueprint too. Tax hikes for the middle class, tax breaks for the rich. Or will he stop when he crashes the economy? And take it from me, with these kind of plans, crashing the economy is no longer a stretch. Russ Vote's Project 2025 proposals will lead to higher inflation, higher interest rates, and weaker economic growth. Project 2025 would seriously threaten another recession. Look, already, families all across this country are feeling the pressure from high grocery prices, while Donald Trump and his administration just turn their backs on working families. American families cannot afford for Russ Vote to be in charge. We don't know how far Russ Vote's extremism will go, but we can't afford to wait and find out. Americans voted for each and every one of us right here in the United States Senate to fight for them. And they do not expect us to roll over and play dead. It is our sworn duty to stop dangerous people like Russ Vote before he destroys our freedom, our economy, and the stability of every working family in this nation. And so I urge every senator to vote no on his nomination. I also want to take this chance to share some of the stories I've been hearing from my constituents, the people of Massachusetts. The impacts of Donald Trump's and Russ Vote's policies are affecting people in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and all across this country. I am here to fight for the people of Massachusetts, and I'm here to share their stories. So I want to start with a message I received from a family child care center that cares for hundreds of children each day so that moms have the opportunity to succeed in their careers. Here's how the message goes. Quote, "Our community of early educators and families is on edge. We work with a very diverse population, and the rumors and threats related to immigration activities are having an impact. We have begun having families question removing their children from much needed and valuable early education programs because they are scared to separate from one another or even to go outside. 99% of the families we are working with are receiving a subsidy for their care. So with current funding through the Department of Early Education and Care, I believe it breaks down to approximately 60% federal and 40% state funds. We have also historically been recipients of CDBG funds to support our training program, which would only be possible with federal support. So think about that. When Russ Vote and Donald Trump and Elon Musk just decide to start shutting programs down, we have child care centers who are writing in saying, in effect, they're not going to have the money to keep the doors open for the children and the mamas that they serve. Or take this from a small business owner in Linfield. Sadaf owns a small business that works to innovate new lab equipment to improve cancer and prenatal screenings. She gets money from the National Health Institute. This is exactly the kind of person we want to see doing work right here in the United States. And here's what she writes. My small business is currently partially funded through an NIH NHGRI grant. Today, the grant is frozen, and we are unable to access any funds. If this freeze lasts more than a month, we will have to lay off hardworking employees and shut our doors. Think about that. Here's someone who has built a small business around doing more effective cancer screenings and prenatal screenings. And she has been recognized by the National Health Institute as someone who's doing the kind of cutting-edge research and delivering the kind of services that we need. And because Russ Vogt, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk say, nope, we're just going to freeze funding here, the consequence is, she says, I'm at risk of having to lay off my employees and close my business. I've heard this from many of my constituents. Another in Worcester runs a small nonprofit to help communities vulnerable to the climate crisis. They have $1.5 million in contracts that they now can't access, and soon they're going to have to lay off employees. The impact of holding this money up is real. It is felt in our communities. It is felt household by household by household when people can't get to the money they need so that they can issue the paychecks and keep people working. Why and how is that making America any better off? Or take this story from the Boston Globe entitled, "Am I Going to Lose My Husband? The Real Price of Trump's Budget Freeze." Quote, "The freeze is harming real people. One of them is James, a Virginia resident who told his story to the editorial board but asked that his last name not be used because he fears retaliation. 8 years ago, when James was 32, after years of health problems, he was diagnosed with neuroendocrine tumors, formerly called carcinoid cancer, with accompanying severe carcinoid syndrome. Tumors were in his intestines and his liver with nodules on his lungs. Doctors gave him 3 to 6 months to live. Now, standard treatment for these tumors is shots with 1 or 2 drugs. And I'm going to do my best to pronounce them, ocetrotide and or lanrectotide. The first couple of months after his diagnosis, James spent a total of about $10,000 on shots and scans, and that was in addition to his insurance coverage. So this is someone with health insurance. He was working in a toy shop, he was studying graphic design, and the medical care completely drained his savings. Then James entered a National Institute of Health research trial. Because James was unusually young to get carcinoid syndrome, NIH researchers wanted to study how he reacted to the disease and treatments. So for the next 8 years, NIH provided and paid for his shots, scans, surgeries, medications, and procedures. Quote, "All I had to do was be a guinea pig," James said. As of December, he was getting a shot of lanreotide, which can cost thousands of dollars, and he was getting this shot every 3 weeks to keep his tumors from growing. Quote, "If I were to lose the medication, they'd likely ramp up, become more aggressive, and potentially spread to other organs. It could be a death sentence," James said. The disruption started when it became clear Donald Trump might win the presidential election. In October and November, NIH began recommending that if patients could get some medications, anti-nausea medication or painkillers, from other doctors, they should, because the federal agency feared budget cuts. In December, after Trump's election, James said his doctor told him NIH could no longer provide lanreotide, but he was still part of the research protocol, so he would get yearly scans, and the NIH would conduct and pay for any necessary surgeries. In other words, they wanted to continue to be able to study him. In December, James started experiencing aphasia and memory loss, and a scan found spots on his brain. He's still undergoing diagnostic tests. NIH had a treatment protocol prepared for if the cancer did spread to his brain. Once Trump took office in January, however, James was told the research was frozen indefinitely and he won't be getting any NIH care until that changes. James is continuing treatment with a Medicare insurance plan provided by Kaiser Permanente, and he qualified for financial assistance grant through May. But he worries that the Trump administration will end that financial assistance. James receives disability payments, and his wife is a teacher, so they can't afford high out-of-pocket payments. Quote, "When I heard about this, I thought, am I going to lose my husband? Is he going to die?" His wife, Becky, said. Make no mistake, these are not one-off stories. Families everywhere, all across the country, in red states and blue states, are feeling the impacts of these policies. Everyone. Now, maybe you knew about this, maybe you didn't, but Trump is trying to keep you in the dark on some of these things while he distracts by renaming the Gulf of Mexico or dreaming about Canada as the 51st state. In just his first couple of weeks in office, Donald Trump has gone on a rampage against working people, signing hundreds of executive orders, rolling the clock back on progress and reinstating harmful and unpopular policies from his first term. He signed many of these executive orders in the middle of the night because he and his administration didn't want people to know about them. So I just want to remind everybody, for all those pictures of Donald Trump signing while everybody looked on and everybody smiles, or Donald Trump holding up an executive order that he signed very proudly, that's not all the executive orders. There were a lot of executive orders that got signed late at night and then just pushed out. Here are some of the executive orders that the American people may not know about and that are right in lockstep with Project 2025. Executive Order, Donald Trump, call for a federal government hiring freeze. Project 2025 proposed implementing a, quote, hiring freeze for career officials, end quote. So Trump does the executive order, exactly what Project 2025 was proposing. Or here's Donald Trump's executive order, quote, I hereby order a freeze on the hiring of federal civilian employees to be applied throughout the executive branch. There it is, Project 2025, Donald Trump's executive order. Another executive order, he withdrew from the Paris Climate Accords. So let's start with Project 2025. It proposed that the, quote, next conservative administration should withdraw the U.S. from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, close quote. And here is Donald Trump's executive order, signed late at night. The United States ambassador to the United States shall immediately submit formal written notification of the United States withdrawal from the Paris Agreement under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Project 2025 calls for it. Donald Trump delivers. He paused the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is fighting the climate crisis and helping cities and towns across America to upgrade their roads and bridges. Project 2025 called to repeal, quote, massive spending bills like the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and Inflation Reduction Act, which establish new programs and are providing hundreds of billions of dollars in subsidies to renewable energy developers, their investors, and special interests, and support the rescinding of all funds not already spent by these programs. In other words, Project 2025 is saying, shut it down, shut it down. Here's Donald Trump's executive order, quote, all agencies shall immediately pause the disbursement of funds appropriated through the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So there we are. Project 2025 calls for it. Donald Trump delivers with an executive order. The fact that he cannot legally do that doesn't seem to have slowed him down at all. In fact, Project 2025 talks about repealing those laws. That means you come to Congress, and then Congress votes on it. The House, the Senate, and only if you get majorities in the House and the Senate do you send it over to the President of the United States to sign it into law. Donald Trump isn't doing that. Republicans are in charge of the House. Republicans are in charge of the Senate. But instead of saying we're going to amend the law that has already gone through the process and been signed in, the money has all been appropriated for it. Nope. Instead, Donald Trump says, middle of the night executive order, and I'm just going to say, stop spending money. That is impoundment, and it is clearly unlawful. He is in violation of the law. Now, on abortion, Trump reinstated, and expanded the global gag rule, a heartless rule that makes women and girls across the world less safe by cutting funding for health centers that may provide abortion. You know, Planned Parenthood gave us an idea of just how bad this is. Here's their quote on this. This is also known as the Mexico City policy. The global gag rule prevents foreign organizations that receive certain U.S. assistance from providing counseling, referring, or advocating for legal abortion in their country, even with their own money and their own resources. The global gag rule blocks healthcare access, disrupts coalitions, and stifles local advocacy efforts, and undermines reproductive rights worldwide. By the way, it is also deeply unpopular with the American people. In fact, here's what Alexis McGill Johnson, who is president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Federation of America, said, quote, President Trump is kicking off his second term exactly as anticipated, attacking sexual and reproductive health care. The global gag rule not only disrupts the delivery of health services in areas of the world that are most in need, it also rolls back progress in countries that have fought to advance health care and human rights. Elected officials should not be interfering in personal medical decisions in this country or anywhere else in the world. We must reverse and end the global gag rule permanently, full stop. But Donald Trump just signed that executive order in the middle of the night, and women, particularly poor women, all around the world will pay the price. And here's more of what Donald Trump did to try to turn back the clock on women's bodies. This one comes from Politico. Quote, President Donald Trump's campaign trail promise to leave abortion regulation to the states lasted just a few days into his presidency. He issued executive orders that revived some anti-abortion policies from his first administration, including restrictions on federal funding for family planning and other health programs abroad that discuss abortion as an option or provide referrals for the procedure. So the president signed the executive orders hours after addressing the annual anti-abortion March for Life in a pre-recorded video. A 2022 study by the National Academy of Sciences estimated that Trump's anti-abortion restrictions on foreign aid led to 108,000 deaths of women and children in poor countries over the 4 years of his first administration. How does that happen? Well, it's because that executive order from the first time around slashed funding for groups like the nonprofit MSI Reproductive Choices, which operates clinics that provide contraception and testing for sexually transmitted infections with U.S. funds, and it uses separate revenues to fund and provide abortions. MSI said ahead of the policy being reinstated that it wouldn't abide by it. This will lead to the organization losing $14 million in U.S. Agency for International Development funding, and MSI spokesperson said, the organization estimates the financial loss could result in an additional 2.4 million unintended pregnancies because the organization would have to stop providing contraception in several countries. I am at a complete loss to explain how the United States is better off if more unintended pregnancies happen in poor countries, and how we explain that last time around when Trump did this, it resulted in 108,000 deaths of women and children in poor countries, and that we're headed straight into the same plan again. Another study by Stanford University researchers found that the narrower version of the Mexico City policy that several GOP presidents enacted prior to Trump caused the number of abortions to increase across sub-Saharan Africa because so many women lost access to contraception. Let me say that one again. For everyone who thinks that abortion should not occur, understand the consequence of the Trump executive order, and that is that it increases the number of abortions across sub-Saharan Africa because women lose their access to contraception. Abortion rights advocates have also argued that the policy is overbroad because it imposes restrictions in countries where abortion is legal. One day earlier, in another move that thrilled abortion opponents, Trump issued pardons for roughly 24 people convicted of forcibly entering and blocking access to abortion clinics. In fact, this has been an important part of the Trump executive order stream in this area. The idea that the federal laws that protect women who are walking from where they've parked their car to an abortion clinic, and also a place where they may get contraception, where they may get a mammogram, where they may get other health screenings, not to be interfered with, that they get a chance to walk without having people scream in their faces and spit on them, that has been taken away by the President of the United States. He has said, move in a little closer, bear down harder on those women. And still, the anti-abortion groups that helped Trump win re-election are looking beyond these actions and are pushing for more from the new administration. So, for example, what are they asking for now? Well, they want to look at a ban on telehealth prescriptions and mail delivery of abortion pills. They want to do rules forcing states to provide more detailed information on all abortions within their borders so they can see more about who's getting what treatments, and the repeal of the Biden administration rules that expanded abortion access for some military members and veterans. It's all happening out in plain view. Let us be clear. This is and always has been about controlling women's bodies. Donald Trump packed the Supreme Court with anti-abortion extremists to get Roe overturned, and he bragged about it afterwards. This is the latest in Trump's years-long crusade against women's reproductive rights. And understand this, we will fight back. Now, as you probably have already seen in the news, Elon Musk has taken control of the government's critical payment systems, which include sensitive personal information for millions of Americans. This is the system that makes sure that your grandpa gets his Social Security check. This is the system that makes sure that your mom's doctor gets the Medicare payment to cover her medical appointment. And this is the system that makes sure that you get the tax refund that you are owed. And now it has been taken over by Elon Musk. Every organization, from your state government that uses federal money on that bridge project, to your local Head Start that takes care of little kids while their mommies and daddies go to work, is now at the mercy of Elon Musk. Maybe you get paid, but then again, maybe you don't. Elon just grabbed the controls of that whole payment system, demanding the power to turn it on for his friends and turn it off for anyone he declares he doesn't like. One guy deciding who gets paid and who doesn't. It is not the law, but it is the reality. Now, there's a second problem here. It is not just payments from the federal government that are now in Elon's control. Elon and his handful of friends now have access to your personal financial information, anything that is in the system. Your payment history, your Social Security number, your address, your bank account numbers. Elon now has the power to suck out all of that information for his own use. And now, whether it's to boost his personal finances or to expand his political power, it is all up to Elon. Understand, in a world in which data is power, Elon has just increased his power. And there's a third kind of problem here. In order for this handful of programmers to gain access to over $6 trillion, our $6 trillion payment system, we don't know what kind of safeguards were pulled down. Are the gates wide open now for hackers from China, from North Korea, from Iran, from Russia? Heck, who knows what black hat hackers all around the world are finding out right now about each and every one of us, copying that information and storing it for their own future criminal uses. How many back doors are being installed right now in the system that is truly the financial guts of our economy, the one that makes sure that the payments go out? All of that information is now at risk. This week, I wrote to Secretary of the Department of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, with extreme concern following his reporting. So here's what I said. Quote, I write regarding a disturbing report that in one of your first acts after you were confirmed as Treasury Secretary, you have given Elon Musk and his surrogates full access to the federal government's critical payment systems, which includes the sensitive personal information of millions of Americans. It is extraordinarily dangerous to meddle with the critical systems that process trillions of dollars of transactions each year that are essential to preventing a default on our federal debt and that ensure that tens of millions of Americans receive their Social Security checks, their tax refunds, and their Medicare benefits. I am also alarmed by reports that you personally sidelined the key official responsible for managing the extraordinary measures the Department of Treasury is taking to avoid a default on U.S. debt, risking missteps that could result in a global financial meltdown that costs trillions of dollars and millions of jobs. I am writing to seek answers about your role in this security and management failure and about how you intend to protect the integrity of the federal government's financial operations after handing over the systems to Mr. Musk's team. According to public reports, even before President Trump's inauguration, Mr. Musk's surrogates began demanding access to sensitive payment systems that the federal government uses to disperse trillions of dollars every year. The public depends on the integrity of those systems, which control the flow of over $6 trillion in payment to American families, businesses, and other recipients each year, with millions relying on them for Social Security checks and Medicare benefits, federal salaries, government contract payments, grants, and tax refunds this filing season. In just 1 year, for example, the department's Bureau of Fiscal Service dispersed nearly 1.3 billion payments totaling $5.4 trillion. It also collected nearly $5.5 trillion in federal revenue. Given the highly sensitive nature of the information in these systems, control over them is typically limited to a small number of career officials. The Musk team's unprecedented demand for total access to the system reportedly caused serious concern at the department, particularly given that the system has historically been closely held because it included sensitive personal information on millions of Americans and sends out virtually every federal payment, including payments that are critical for the economy and national security. You know, I just want to say off to the side, you and I were both in a banking hearing this morning, and one of the questions that Democrats put to our bankers who were present is, would you let someone come in and see the personal banking records of your customers? And the bankers, of course, said no. There's no way that they would permit that. And yet, the Secretary of the Treasury opened the door and said Elon Musk and his designees could come in and look at anything they wanted to look at. Controlling the system could allow the Trump administration to unilaterally and illegally cut off payments for millions of Americans, putting at risk the financial security of families and businesses based on political favoritism or the whims of Mr. Musk and those on his team who have managed to work their way inside. It could also give them access to millions of Americans' personal and financial information that is protected by law. We would shut down a bank that did what the Secretary of Treasury did in letting Elon Musk come in and root around in the personal financial information of Americans all across this country. The Washington Post reported that the department's top career official, David Lebrick, who served in non-political roles in the department for decades, served Republicans, served Democrats, including as fiscal assistant secretary since 2014, that he resisted political pressure to cave to the Musk surrogates. The demands of those outsiders were especially concerning because Mr. Musk and the Trump administration have tried to control spending in alarming and potentially unlawful ways, including through the chaotic announcement of a federal funding freeze last week that caused widespread harm and confusion. Mr. Musk was reportedly trying, quote, to deploy his engineers to find ways to turn off the flow of money from the Treasury Department to things that Mr. Trump wants to defund. In other words, a small group of insiders would suddenly be in a position to make decisions about whether to hold up payments to individual families or businesses with absolutely no transparency and no accountability. But rather than protecting the integrity and function of the payment system, our Secretary of the Treasury reportedly bent to pressure from the White House, suggested putting Mr. Lebrick on leave, and ultimately forced him out. This astonishing mismanagement, turning over the federal government's entire payment system and sidelining the most senior career official responsible for managing it also puts the country at greater risk of defaulting on our debt, which could trigger a global financial crisis. The fiscal assistant secretary was, quote, the government staffer perhaps most responsible for figuring out how the United States should handle the alarming prospect of running out of money, making him a pivotal, if lesser known, player in a debt ceiling standoff. The fiscal assistant secretary is responsible for assessing when the country will exhaust its funds and ensuring that Congress has that information for, quote, coordinating and determining how much money the Treasury needs to borrow to finance the government, and for managing the extraordinary measures that the department uses to delay a default as long as possible. The fiscal assistant secretary, unlike the amateurs that the Secretary of Treasury has empowered when he forced them out, was well prepared to manage these kinds of crises. He had, quote, moved through the positions that gave him deep exposure to the plumbing of federal financing and was a, quote, scrupulously apolitical civil servant who was not angling for a political promotion. That expertise is particularly critical at this moment, when the department is already taking extraordinary measures to avoid a default that, quote, would precipitate another financial crisis and threaten jobs and savings of everyday Americans. I sent this letter to the Secretary of the Treasury, and I said, I am alarmed that as one of your first acts as Secretary, you appear to have handed over a highly sensitive system responsible for millions of Americans' private data and a key function of government to an unelected billionaire and an unknown number of unqualified flunkies. The American people deserve answers about your role in this mismanagement, which threatens the privacy and economic security of every American. It is no surprise that working families are paying the price for Donald Trump and Russ Vought's reckless actions. Just look at who is running the government. Donald Trump, billionaire. Elon Musk, billionaire. Scott Bessent, billionaire. Linda McMahon, billionaire. Howard Lutnick, billionaire. Charles Kushner, billionaire. And the list goes on. The total net worth of the billionaires in the Trump administration is at least $382.2 billion. That is more than the GDP of 172 different countries. Elon Musk, first buddy and head of the Department of Government Efficiency, himself is worth $410 billion. He is $115 billion richer than he was on election day. Linda McMahon, Secretary of the Department of Education, worth $3.2 billion. Howard Lutnick, nominated for the Secretary of the Department of Commerce, is worth more than $1.5 billion, but likely more. Kelly Loeffler, head of the Small Business Administration, is worth $1.1 billion. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., nominated for Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, estimated to be worth about $15 million, and he has refused to give up a lucrative arrangement with a law firm that will enable his family to make millions off vaccine-related lawsuits, even while he is heading up HHS. Stephen Witkoff, envoy to the Middle East, is worth $1 billion. Jared Isaacman, NASA administrator, is worth $2 billion. Take this piece from CNN, quote, Elon Musk plowed at least $260 million into efforts to send Donald Trump back to the White House, new filings show, a massive infusion that makes him one of the largest single political underwriters of a presidential campaign and underscores the outsized influence of the world's wealthiest person in this year's election. Thursday's filings with the Federal Election Commission show that the Tesla and SpaceX executive gave a total of $238 million to a super PAC that he founded this year, American PAC, which worked to turn out voters on Trump's behalf in key states. But he was also the financial backer of other groups that cropped up in the final days of the election to support Trump, including one that spent millions on advertising to defend Trump's record on abortion. It had sought to link Trump's views on abortion to those of the late Supreme Court Justice and liberal icon, Ruth Bader Ginsburg. These people have no shame. Musk, through a trust that bears his name, donated $20.5 million to the group named RBGPAC on November 24th, according to filings with the Federal Election Commission. He was the sole donor to the group, which was formed in mid-October. The donation's timing meant that Musk's involvement was not disclosed until after the election, after the inauguration, not until last Thursday's post-election filings with the federal regulators. Ginsburg's granddaughter, Clara Spira, publicly denounced the ads, which sought to neutralize abortion as a liability for Trump in the campaign, as misleading and an affront to Ginsburg's legacy as a staunch defender of abortion rights. So true. According to the new filings, Musk also donated $3 million to the Maha Alliance, a super PAC that ran stark ads in key swing states, urging supporters of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to back Trump in the closing stretch of the campaign. Kennedy himself had ended his independent campaign over the summer and endorsed Trump. Now, Maha stands for Make America Healthy Again, Kennedy's spin on Trump's MAGA catchphrase. Trump has now tapped Kennedy, one of the nation's most prominent anti-vaccine conspiracy theorists, to oversee the Health and Human Services Department. Trump has selected other big donors for roles in his incoming administration. Howard Lutnick, the Cantor Fitzgerald Investment Bank chief, whom Trump has tapped to head the Commerce Department, made a nearly $3 million in-kind donation of stock on October 21st to a pro-Trump super PAC, MAGA Inc., according to the organization's filings Thursday night. And that is on top of the $6 million that Lutnick previously donated to the super PAC over the course of the election cycle. Other Trump supporters who have landed spots in his administration also donated to MAGA Inc. They include Linda McMahon, the former wrestling company executive, tapped to serve as education secretary. She donated more than $20 million to the Trump-aligned super PAC this cycle. McMahon and Lutnick also serve as co-chairs of Trump's transition operation. Other Trump picks who have made seven-figure donations to MAGA Inc. include former Georgia Senator Kelly Loeffler, his choice to lead the Small Business Administration, Scott Bessent, whom Trump has selected as Treasury Secretary, and two of his choices for plum diplomatic posts in Europe, Arkansas investor Warren Stevens and Charles Kushner, the father-in-law of Trump's daughter Ivanka, end quote. And look, don't get me wrong. If you made a fortune because you had a great idea and you built a terrific business, good for you. But I guarantee that any great fortune in America was built, at least in part, using workers that all of us help pay to educate, built at least in part on getting your goods to market on roads and bridges that all of us help to pay to build, built at least in part protected by police and firefighters that all of us help pay the salaries for. And now, instead of creating a system that will let the next guy or gal that comes along build something, these guys want to pull up the ladder. They poured money into the 2024 election, and now they expect a return on their investment at the expense of everyone else. The Trump strategy is to flood the zone, partly so we don't see each of the horrible orders and pay attention to them, but partly to demoralize us. Trump and his Republican friends hope that we will be demoralized. They hope that we will give up, curl in a little ball, and let them do whatever they want to do. I get it. It is tough right now, but it is important that we get back up and fight. And that is exactly what I am doing. I am challenging Elon Musk on his Department of Government efficiency efforts to take away help for seniors who are living in nursing homes and little kids who are hoping for their daycare. I am asking questions of every nominee and pointing out to other senators and to the public where they pose a real danger to the American people. Look at the fight of the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. He is an incredibly accused rapist who has been falling down drunk at work events, and he's run not one but two nonprofits directly into the ground. Nonetheless, Republican senators stood beside him. He made it through his confirmation, but it wasn't a freebie. Some Republicans broke ranks, and everyone in the country who was paying attention got to see up close and personal just how far the Republicans were willing to go to cower in front of Donald Trump. Those are the fights we must keep fighting. We will not roll over and play dead. This is not business as usual. The number one thing people can do right now is speak out. Speak out on social media about every one of these things. Talk about the threats these people pose. Speak out about what Donald Trump is doing. In the middle of the night last Friday, Donald Trump issued a batch of executive orders turning back the clock decades on women's reproductive rights. If people talk about that, then that is how we will begin to rebuild a movement to push out the Trump vision of America, in which billionaires are on top and everyone else is left in the dirt, and women don't get to make their own health decisions. I've only got 24 hours a day, but I plan to spend as many of them as humanly possible fighting back against Trump, Musk, and the billionaires who have taken over our country to promote themselves at the expense of everyone else. It is up to us. I'm not lying down and playing dead, and I hope nobody else does either. Mr. President, I yield the floor. President.
Senator Warren is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Blumenthal, for your unrelenting work to help protect our nation and in raising this issue around Tulsi Gabbard as a nominee to be the Director of National Intelligence. I appreciate your work here, and I'm proud to be able to follow you in this effort. I'm here today because Tulsi Gabbard's nomination is a national security threat. We are being confronted with a vote that could put all of us at risk. Look, everybody in the Senate understands the threat that Tulsi Gabbard poses, but I want to make sure that everyone understands the job she would have. Why do we even have a Director of National Intelligence? The short answer is to prevent another 9/11. The Director of National Intelligence position was born in the aftermath of the terrorist attack on New York that caused the Twin Towers to crash to the ground, that collapsed part of the Pentagon, that led to the deaths of 40 brave passengers on Flight 93. These terrorist attacks together killed almost 3,000 people, and they affected millions of family members, co-workers, neighbors, and people in every state in our country and around the world. Soon after the attacks, we asked the most obvious questions. How did this happen? Why didn't we see this coming? Why weren't we able to head it off? It rapidly became clear that our nation had major intelligence failures. We were gathering intelligence abroad and here at home, but we were not effectively integrating and coordinating foreign, military, and domestic intelligence. And the result of that failure was catastrophic. That's where the D&I director comes in. The Director of National Intelligence is the keystone that holds together our intelligence community. This is the person who coordinates across agencies to make sure that each component of our intelligence system is talking with every other, to make sure that what happened on 9/11 doesn't happen again. This person is the principal advisor to the president on any national security-related intelligence. The Director of National Intelligence is central to how we make decisions about where our military should be deployed, is central to how we identify our greatest national security threats, and is central to knowing what our enemy is going to do next. All of that. Tulsi Gabbard is aggressively unqualified for this job, and making her the Director of National Intelligence will increase the risk of a national security crisis. For starters, she has no experience in the intelligence community, and she has never served as a national security official in the executive branch. Tulsi Gabbard is also disqualified to be Director of National Intelligence, not just unqualified, but actually disqualified. Her disqualifications mean that she should be kept far, far away from any part of our government intelligence system. The problems with Tulsi Gabbard are many. She is an apologist for Vladimir Putin, routinely spreading Russian misinformation and Russian talking points about both Ukraine and Syria. She rejected our own U.S. intelligence that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrian civilians. And she went to Syria to meet with Assad and with a Syrian cleric who had threatened to activate a network of suicide bombers within the United States and Europe. So let me state this as clearly as I can. Tulsi Gabbard would be the #1 person in charge of all of our nation's secrets, all of them, all of our intelligence, every piece of secret information that we gather from around the world, and every secret that our allies around the world might share with us. She would know all of it, and she would have access to all of it, and she would be the one who would fit it all together. Then she would be one of the people responsible for advising the president on when and where to use our military. I am deeply concerned about Tulsi Gabbard's track record and whether she can be trusted with our secrets. But I'm not the only one who's worried. With the history that Tulsi Gabbard has, can we reasonably expect other nations to trust us with the secret information that they gather? Even if Gabbard behaved admirably as DNI, the United States would likely have less access to sensitive information because our allies just wouldn't want to take a chance on her, just wouldn't want to take a chance that information that they gathered and passed along, information that could make their own operatives at risk, for example, would not want to take the chance that they would pass that information along to the United States, that Tulsi Gabbard would see it, and then who knows where it goes. I am concerned that other countries would say, because they don't want to take a chance on her, that it would further undercut national security if Tulsi Gabbard were confirmed as DNI. What I'm saying tonight is not breaking news. There's nothing here that hasn't been said before. Concerns about Tulsi Gabbard have been circulating on Capitol Hill for years. Every single senator, Democrat, Republican, or independent, knows that they are putting our national security at risk if they support Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation to head our nation's intelligence coordination. Every single senator, Republican, Democrat, independent, knows the threat that Tulsi Gabbard poses. Every single senator, Republican, Democrat, or independent, knows that Tulsi Gabbard could be handing our secrets over to our staunchest adversaries. The risks our nation faces are rising by the hour. Tulsi Gabbard at DNI, Pete Hegseth at DOD, and it isn't just confirmed cabinet appointees who are putting our nation at risk. Just look at what's going on with Elon Musk and his team of Doge minions at Treasury. In order for this handful of programmers to gain access to our over $6 trillion payment system, we don't know what safeguards those hackers pulled down. We don't know what gates they open. And they have apparently tried to get access to sensitive information at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and they have gained access to Medicare and Medicaid records, which, by the way, is another $1.5 trillion in payments every year. They seem to be rushing to access more large data sets across the United States government every day. When Musk's team got into our federal databases, were the gates open for hackers from China, from North Korea, from Iran, from Russia? What criminal gangs and black hat hackers now have access to our personal data? I never thought we would get to this moment. My colleagues in the Senate, despite our differences, have always taken national security seriously. But at a moment when they are faced with a choice between endangering our country or bending a knee to Donald Trump, too many Republican senators are too afraid of billionaires and Trump in their own party to do what they know is right. I want to take some time to underscore just how dangerous Tulsi Gabbard will be to our national security. Let's start with Tulsi Gabbard's ties to Russia. These connections are laid out nicely in the New York Times article, How Tulsi Gabbard Became a Favorite of Russia's State Media. Quote, in 2017, when she was still a Democratic member of Congress, Tulsi Gabbard traveled to Syria and met with the country's authoritarian president, Bashar al-Assad. She also accused the United States of supporting terrorists there. The day after Vladimir Putin began a full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Ms. Gabbard blamed the United States and NATO for provoking the war by ignoring Russia's security concerns. She has since suggested that the United States covertly worked with Ukraine on dangerous biological pathogens and was culpable for the bombing of the Nord Stream gas pipeline from Russia to Germany in September 2022. European prosecutors and U.S. officials say that sabotage was carried out by Ukraine operatives. According to analysts and former officials, Ms. Gabbard seems to simply share the Kremlin's geopolitical views, especially when it comes to the exercise of American military power. Let me just say that again. According to analysts and former officials in government, Ms. Gabbard shares Russia's point of view, especially when it comes to attacking American use of military power. Back to the story. In Russia, the reaction to her potential appointment has been gleeful, even if Mr. Putin's government remains wary of American politics, even under a second Trump administration. Quote, "The CIA and the FBI are trembling," Pravda, a Russian newspaper, wrote on Friday in a glowing profile of Ms. Gabbard, noting positively that Ukrainians consider her, quote, "an agent of the Russian state." Russia, a state television channel, called her a Russian comrade in Mr. Trump's emerging cabinet. Russian media has emphasized Ms. Gabbard's desire to improve relations with Moscow, according to Filter Labs, a firm that analyzes social media, state-run news organizations, and other internet postings to track public sentiment in Russia. Quote, "Gabbard fits an overall pattern of Trump breaking with much of the post-Cold War consensus," said Jonathan Tubner, the chief executive of Filter Labs. Quote, "She is, for Russia, the one that perhaps most perfectly embodies the changes they were hoping for from the U.S. In other words, Tulsi Gabbard is Russia's dream come true. Mr. Trump's critics call the choice a dangerous one that would undermine national security and that signaled a deference to Mr. Putin's worldview. Quote, "Nominating Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence is the way to Putin's heart, and it tells the world that America under Trump will be the Kremlin's ally rather than its adversary." Ruth Guyot, a professor of history at New York University and author of Strongmen, a 2020 book about authoritarian leaders, wrote on Friday, quote, "And so we would have a national security official who would potentially compromise our national security." Let me say that one again. And so we would have a national security official who would potentially compromise our national security. Quote, "This war and suffering could have easily been avoided if Biden admin/NATO had simply acknowledged Russia's legitimate security concerns regarding Ukraine's becoming a member of NATO, which would mean U.S. NATO forces right on Russia's border," Gabbard wrote on Twitter, now known as X, when the war began in February 2022. A month later, she posted a video on the platform saying the United States was operating 25 to 30 biological research labs in Ukraine. She accused the Biden administration of covering them up and said they could release dangerous pathogens, although she stopped short of claiming the labs were making biological weapons, as Russia has falsely claimed. Ms. Gabbard's remarks were quickly called out by Republican members of Congress, including Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois and Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Her willingness to criticize the Biden administration made her, like other prominent critics of the government, a favorite source of anti-American content on Russia's state television networks. Vladimir Solovyev, a popular talk show host, called her "our girlfriend" in a segment in 2022. The program included an interview Ms. Gabbard did with Tucker Carlson, in which she claimed that Mr. Biden's goal was to end Mr. Putin's control of the Russian government, according to Julia Davis, the creator of the Russian Media Monitor, which tracks Kremlin propaganda. Her appearances were regularly picked up by Russia's state media, including the international network RT, which promoted her critiques and lauded her with headlines such as, "Tulsi Gabbard dares to challenge Washington's war machine," and "Biden wants regime change in Russia, ex-Congresswoman." By this year, Ms. Gabbard's politics converged with Mr. Trump's. In October, she joined the Republican Party and hit the campaign trail on his behalf, extolling him as a peacemaker. Quote, "A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them," she said at Mr. Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden shortly before Election Day. Quote, "And who has demonstrated already that he has the courage and the strength to stand up and fight for peace." That's the end of the article. Tulsi Gabbard, beloved by Russian press, touted in Russian press, and an attacker of America's military. Or take key sections from this letter that William Webster, the only person to lead both the FBI and the CIA, sent to me. He was appointed by President Jimmy Carter, remained director under President Ronald Reagan, and Reagan tapped him to be the head of the CIA. I will quote directly from the letter. "Dear Senator Warren, I had the honor of serving as director of both the FBI and CIA, organizations vital to safeguarding our nation. Their effectiveness depends on operating with complete independence from political influence, a principle essential to maintaining public trust and national security. History has shown us the dangers of compromising this independence. When leaders of these organizations become too closely aligned with political figures, public confidence erodes and our nation's security is jeopardized. This underscores the necessity for these institutions to serve the American people, not the political agendas of the executive or legislative branches. Congresswoman Gabbard's profound lack of intelligence experience and the daunting task of overseeing 18 disparate intelligence agencies further highlight the need for seasoned leadership. Effective management of our intelligence community requires unparalleled expertise to navigate the complexities of global threats and to maintain the trust of allied nations. Without that trust, our ability to safeguard sensitive secrets and collaborate internationally is severely diminished. As someone who transitioned from the FBI to the CIA, I can attest to the steep learning curve, even for a seasoned professional. This is no time in world history for a novice in the field to learn this role. Every president deserves appointees they trust, but the selection process must prioritize competence and independence to uphold the rule of law. As you consider these and future nominations, I urge you to weigh the critical importance of nonpartisan leadership and experience. The safety of the American people and your own families depends on it. Trust in our intelligence and law enforcement agencies is also crucial for our international partners. Without that trust, we cannot be effective in guarding sensitive secrets or collaborating to address shared threats. Thank you for your careful consideration of these pivotal appointments. Sincerely, William Webster, former director of the CIA and FBI. That's the end of his letter. I just want to say how grateful I am both for William Webster's outstanding public service and commitment to our nation, and for his willingness to stand up now and call out the threats posed by Tulsi Gabbard's nomination to DNI. The Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists echo these concerns in a piece they published this week entitled, quote, "Tulsi Gabbard as U.S. intelligence chief would undermine efforts against the spread of chemical and biological weapons." Quote, "Gabbard's confirmation would undermine one of the signature foreign policy accomplishments of President Donald Trump's first term, countering the threat posed by chemical weapons. Following a sarin attack on the Syrian city of Khan Sheikhoun on April 4th, 2017, the Trump administration launched a cruise missile strike against an airbase that U.S. intelligence determined Assad's forces had used to launch the chemical assault. After intelligence agencies determined that Syrian helicopters had conducted a chlorine gas attack on Douma on April 7, 2018, Trump authorized another missile strike, this time along with the United Kingdom and France, against Syrian chemical weapons facilities. Both strikes were effective at deterring further Syrian use of chemical weapons. After April 2017, the Syrian Air Force did not use sarin, and after April 2018, Syrian helicopters stopped dropping chlorine barrel bombs. Gabbard, however, has repeatedly claimed, including at her confirmation hearing, that the chemical attacks against Khan Sheikhoun and Douma were staged by anti-Assad groups to provoke Western military intervention. In 2019, Gabbard, then a Democratic presidential candidate, accused Trump of launching the strikes based on flawed intelligence. Quote, "Rather than waiting for evidence, Trump acted on impulse and emotion, relying on social media posts and unverified sources originating from within territory held by al-Qaeda." In March 2021, Gabbard repeated her unfounded allegation that there is no evidence supporting the Syrian government's responsibility for conducting the, quote, "alleged," unquote, chemical attack on Douma. She accused the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, which administers the global treaty banning chemical weapons and investigated the attack, of a cover-up, and claimed that Trump's missile strikes on Syria were, quote, "unconstitutional." Gabbard's claims about false flag attacks, however, ignore intelligence put forward by the Trump administration and France, an investigation by United Nations Joint Investigative Mechanism, and multiple investigations by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. These national and international investigations based their conclusions on compelling combination of signals intelligence, eyewitness testimony, photographs, videos, chemical forensic analysis, medical records, analysis of munitions fragments, satellite imagery, and information provided by third parties. For Gabbard to accuse opposition groups who were the victims of Syria's chemical atrocities of attacking themselves with chlorine and sarin is a grotesque perversion of the truth. And yet she continues it. Instead of relying on reputable sources, Gabbard has repeated Russian and Syrian disinformation and discredited conspiracy theories to call into question the quality of U.S. intelligence, Trump's judgment, and the credibility of the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. In March 2021, Gabbard signed a, quote, statement of concern about the organization's investigation of the Duma attack that echoed Russian propaganda and was promoted by a group linked to WikiLeaks. Gabbard has made her claims about the Syrian chemical attacks, despite warnings from the U.S. intelligence community that these types of allegations are a common feature of the Kremlin's disinformation campaigns. Her reliance on these dubious sources demonstrates a dangerously poor lack of judgment for someone seeking the highest ranking position in the intelligence community. Gabbard's deeply flawed position on Syria's use of chemical weapons is still highly relevant today. With the fall of the Assad regime last December, the issue of how to secure and destroy Syria's remaining chemical weapons is back on the international agenda. How can Gabbard be trusted to oversee intelligence on this topic if she refuses to believe that Syria used chemical weapons after it joined the Chemical Weapons Convention, CWC, that treaty banning chemical weapons in 2013? Will she provide Trump with intelligence that undermines her own strongly held position on this issue? Or will she twist intelligence to fit her own worldview? And there is more at stake than just the threat posed by Syria's remaining chemical weapons. Between 2017 and 2020, the Trump administration found Russia in violation of both the Chemical Weapons Treaty and the Biological Weapons Convention, which bans biological weapons. Trump imposed 2 rounds of sanctions on Russia for using the Novichok nerve agent to poison a Russian defector. In August 2020, Trump blacklisted 3 Russian institutes responsible for developing chemical and biological weapons. Since then, the United States has accused Russia of using chemical weapon chloropicin, and the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons has confirmed Russia's use of riot control agents on the battlefield in Ukraine, both of which are violations of the Chemical Weapons Treaty. There are also disturbing signs that Russia is modernizing its biological weapon program by building a new maximum containment laboratory in a military facility. To divert attention from its own chemical and biological weapons, Russia has made a series of unfounded and debunked allegations that the United States and Ukraine are developing and using these weapons. Gabbard came perilously close to endorsing these claims in 2022, and she did embrace other elements of Russian and Chinese disinformation about the allegedly nefarious and dangerous activities of U.S.-supported public health labs in Ukraine, including labs built during Donald Trump's first term. How can Gabbard be trusted to advise the president on issues related to the verification of Russia's compliance with chemical and biological arms control? Based on this track record, it is difficult to see how Gabbard can be relied upon to provide the quality of intelligence and national security advice needed by the commander-in-chief during these perilous times. For the Senate to confirm Gabbard would be national security malpractice. And that is the end of the piece. I am looking to see who else is going to be here. Just finish up? Okay, just wanted to make sure that I know what's happening here. In a relay race, it's always important to know if you have to hand off the baton. Look, I will conclude with this. National security officials and experts in intelligence are begging the Senate to exercise their constitutional duty and vote no on Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence. We are being asked to vote for someone whose loyalty to this country has been questioned repeatedly and who has raised alarms for our allies across the globe. It would be a dangerous mistake to give Tulsi Gabbard access to all of our secrets, and an even greater mistake to trust Tulsi Gabbard to protect this country. I urge all of my colleagues to vote no. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the senator from Colorado for your energetic leadership in this area. I'm very grateful for your voice on this and for the work you do for the people of the country and also for everybody around the world. We've got to deal with this problem, so thank you. I rise today in support of Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution to terminate Donald Trump's executive order declaring a national energy emergency. I just want to start by being clear about what's going on here. Donald Trump promised to gut our environmental laws if big oil CEOs gave him $1 billion for his campaign. He was quite open about this. How could he do that? Well, he's figured it out. He declared an emergency that he has focused on. That emergency will give him a chance to pay those oil executive CEOs back. Now, this order is not a serious attempt at lowering anyone's energy costs. And you know how I know this? Because a true strategy to lower people's costs would include clean energy sources like wind and solar, which this order deliberately excludes. So, what does this executive order do? It lets big oil and gas companies off the hook on following our environmental laws and regulations. And those are the rules that make sure that you have clean air to breathe and clean water to drink. Why would Donald Trump do this? It is simple. He does not care about lowering anyone's costs or helping create good jobs. All he cares about is his rich as hell, those are his words, his rich as hell donors and helping them make more money. Let's be clear, energy prices are too high. Americans are feeling those high prices. Energy prices have been on the rise for the past decade. In the last year, 1/3 of Americans have had to cut back on necessary spending in order to pay their energy bills. Americans are looking for real solutions. And that is why Democrats got to work and passed the biggest climate package in the history of the world to unleash American innovation and to support a clean energy future. Now, America is producing more energy than ever before, including through offshore wind projects off the coast of Massachusetts. And we're creating good jobs while we're doing it. Clean energy jobs are now over 40% of all the energy jobs in the United States. They are growing twice as fast as other industries. But Donald Trump is now trying to unravel all of that progress. Why? In order to please his big oil and gas donors. And this sham will have real consequences for our communities, raising energy costs and cutting American jobs. Look no further than Somerset, Massachusetts, to see what is happening. At Brayton Point in Somerset, there's an old coal-fired power plant that closed down years and years ago. But a private company called Prysmian has decided that they want to turn part of this plant into a factory to build undersea cables to support American offshore wind farms. They want to build the cables so we can bring that power in and use it, that clean power in, and use it here in the United States. That project would be transformative for Somerset. It would create about 250 to 300 good manufacturing jobs and would deliver more than $10 million in annual tax revenues. That's a big deal for a small town. So, for the last few years, local officials and our Massachusetts federal delegation has been working hard with the federal government to help turn that idea into a reality. Last month, the company suddenly announced they're ending the projects. No more jobs, no more tax revenue. And why? Because of Donald Trump's attacks on clean energy. Somerset's experience is just one of the experiences felt by many communities all around this country. Yes, Somerset will bounce back, but Donald Trump is cutting jobs and raising energy costs on communities all across this country just to please his oil and gas donors. And it's communities like Somerset that are paying the price for that. Make no mistake, we will fight back. That is why Democrats are here today. That fight starts with ending this sham of an executive order. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Senator Kaine and Senator Heinrich's resolution. And with that, I yield the floor.
Objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today's vote to proceed on this Congressional Review Act resolution should be renamed the Elon Musk Get Out of Jail Free Card. This resolution gives Elon Musk the ability to launch his X Money site without worrying about breaking the law and getting caught. Of course, this is also a get out of jail free card for others like Apple Pay and Google Pay and other online platforms that handle people's money. And there is a good reason to oppose it. This bill is another example of how Republicans in Congress, in conjunction with President Trump and Elon Musk in the White House, are sticking it to families and middle-class consumers all over America and declaring it open season for fraudsters. In fact, just a few hours ago, Trump and Elon dropped the agency's lawsuit against Zelle and the big banks that own Zelle for failing to protect consumers from being scammed out of nearly $1 billion on their app. And now, Republicans are trying to roll back the CFPB's ability to protect Americans from getting scammed on payment apps like Venmo and Cash App. And they are making it easier for unelected billionaire Elon Musk to cheat American consumers and line his own pockets. So here is the backstory. Musk bought Twitter, lost buckets of money, then decided he could recover and make more money by setting up a new financial services arm called X Money. Now, in ordinary times, he could do that, but the CFPB would be responsible for enforcing consumer financial laws for X Money. It would also be authorized to examine the books and records to prevent illegal practices and make sure that consumers are getting a fair shake. But co-President Musk doesn't want that. And Donald Trump and Senate Republicans are willing to do Elon's bidding. And that is what brings us here today. They want to roll back a rule called the Larger Participant Rule that was put in place to protect consumers from abuses on these apps and to ensure that these apps are being monitored for following the law, just like banks get monitored for doing the same kinds of things. The rules protect customers' privacy when they use digital wallets like Apple Pay or Google Pay. The rules also help companies get their money back when they get defrauded on PayPal or Cash App or Venmo. Frankly, the rule is great for consumers. It cracks down on tens of millions of dollars of fraud, fraud that has surged in recent years. It protects consumers' privacy, ensuring that apps are not taking your private spending data and selling it to anybody who comes along. It helps prevent debanking, a problem that my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle have spent a lot of time talking about. The CFPB rule protects consumers' peer-to-peer accounts from being closed or frozen without notice or justification. It prevents these apps from unfairly depriving consumers of funds that they need to be able to buy stuff. 3/4 of all of Americans have used these peer-to-peer apps, and millions of Americans have had the sad experience of getting ripped off on peer-to-peer payments like Venmo and Cash App and PayPal. Now, if you think that you are dealing with a legitimate person on the other side, and then the next thing you know, your money is gone and you're left without any recourse, that is wrong. And it's even worse if it happens because a payment app isn't meeting its basic responsibilities of preventing fraud on its own platform. The CFPB rule helps protect those millions of Americans who use payment apps, making sure that both their personal data and their money are safe. This is a rule that is good for consumers, but it is not good for billionaires who have figured out how to make money by defrauding those consumers. Look, it is a very familiar story now. President Trump and the Republicans are on the side of the billionaires. They are acting to help out their pals, Elon and Jeff and Mark. Hardworking people who just want their payment apps to work and who don't want to get cheated as part of the deal are the ones who will lose. Never mind that this is the agency that works so hard for the little guy. Never mind that the CFPB has returned more than $21 billion directly to American consumers who were cheated. Never mind that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are trying to kill this rule, and they are trying to kill the entire agency. Musk and Republicans in Congress are moving quickly to take the financial cop off the beat. They are hoping that people across this country won't notice, or that people are so distracted and overwhelmed by everything else that is going on that they won't try to stop them. But your eyes are not fooling you. It is happening in plain sight. Ahead of Donald Trump's speech tonight at the Capitol, Republicans are voting to hurt millions of American consumers. Why? Just to protect Elon Musk's business ventures from a financial cop on the beat that would make sure that he follows the law. I hope the American public is paying attention tonight. I hope my Republican colleagues are paying attention here in the Senate as well. It is not too late for them to reconsider this vote. Make no mistake, Elon Musk locked the CFPB staff out of the building to protect his own payment app boondoggle. And now he wants Congress to block this rule to legalize his boondoggle. And next week, Republicans intend to mark up legislation that would clear the decks for Elon to issue X money as his own stable coin without guardrails to protect consumers, to protect national security, or to protect the financial stability of our entire country. The line between right and wrong is clear. On one side, Senate Democrats standing up for Americans who just don't want to get cheated when they use a financial app. And on the other side, we've got con men, rip-off artists, Elon Musk, and big tech billionaires. Which side will our Senate Republicans choose? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Senator from Massachusetts?
Mr. President, are we on a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Today's vote on this Congressional Review Act resolution could not be more straightforward. Vote yes if you want more Americans to get scammed. Vote no if you don't. Vote yes if you want Elon Musk to have a get-out-of-jail-free card when he scams people on X money. Vote no if you don't. 3/4 of Americans use digital payment platforms like Venmo and Cash App, and reports of scams on those sites have skyrocketed. So the CFPB investigated and then stepped in with a new rule to help prevent this fraud. The CFPB's rule also helps protect consumer privacy, and it combats debanking on these platforms. Now, ask any American how much they like getting scammed and whether they think there should be stronger protections against it. And listen to how angry people get over these scams. Look, nobody wants to be scammed, and no one wants fewer protections against getting scammed. In fact, the only people who want weaker rules against scamming are the guys who run the scams. And that may explain why Elon Musk is hoping that the Senate kills this new rule today, because Elon's new X-Money digital payment platform would be subject to CFPB review. Elon wants to take the cop off the beat. He wants what amounts to a get-out-of-jail-free for Elon card, and that is what the vote today would actually give him. Look, I think it's pretty clear what Elon's play is here. He wasn't very subtle when he tweeted CFPB RIP. The next thing you know, his Doge team then locks the CFPB staff out of their own building. That was Act 1. Now he wants Act 2. He wants Congress to block this CFPB rule. So what will Elon get out of it if the rule is blocked? Well, he will get a clear runway for his payment app without having to worry about whether there's a cop on the financial beat who would catch him if he rips off customers who use his new app. But this is really a three-part play, not just a two-part play. Act 1 was closing down the CFPB so that the financial cops were shut out, at least for a while. Act 2 is the part we see now, with Elon rolling back a rule that, when the cops are back on the beat, a financial cop could use that rule to go after Elon if he breaks the law. Act 3 comes next week when Republicans try to move forward with legislation that will clear the decks for Elon to issue X money as his own stable coin, without any guardrails to protect consumers, to protect national security, or to protect the financial stability of our economy. Put simply, Republicans are setting the stage for the richest man in the world to issue his own currency that competes with the US dollar. Act 1 protected all the scammers. Act 2 protects the Cash App scammers in particular. And Act 3, as currently drafted, will roll out the red carpet for Elon and Jeff and Mark and maybe a few other big tech billionaires to seize control of our money and payments, which underpins the entire economy. So the question is, will Congress go along? Will Congress protect Americans from getting cheated out of their money? Or will Congress give Elon Musk a get-out-of-jail-free card so he can scam whoever he wants to scam and know that the CFPB can't touch him? Look, this may feel like just one more vote on a busy day, but rewarding Elon Musk and a handful of billionaires will mean real cons go forward in this country. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we in quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Donald Trump and co-president Elon Musk are shutting down the federal government one piece at a time. Shutting down the agency that stops banks and payday lenders from cheating working people. Shutting down children's cancer research. Shutting down key parts of the Department of Transportation, the agency responsible for keeping people safe when they're flying airplanes. Even shutting down parts of the Social Security Administration. And now, Republicans in Congress are laying out their blueprint to shut down the entire federal government. A budget is a reflection of our values, and this proposal makes clear where the Republicans' values lie. After months of bipartisan talks, they're walking away from the negotiating table and offering a non-starter House bill that forces us to the brink of a full government shutdown. And who would be hurt the most? Working people. Billionaires win, families lose. Republican values are clear. Their shutdown bill does two terrible things. First, it wipes out the guardrails that Congress wrote for how to spend taxpayer money. That means that co-presidents Trump and Musk can hold everyone under their magic spell. They can spend taxpayer money or they can shut off taxpayer money exactly how they want. Perhaps Trump and Musk want to shovel $75 million of ALS treatment funding to anti-vaccine research instead. That would be okay under the Republican deal. Or maybe they want to shift $300 million or more from the FAA's telecommunications funding bucket toward contracts to Elon Musk Starlink. The budget Republicans have sent over would permit that as well. And if Trump and Musk decide to fire another 25,000 veterans or kick 1 million old people out of nursing homes, this package from House Republicans would say, sure. In addition to giving co-presidents Trump and Musk the power to spend taxpayer money wherever they want, the House Republicans also propose general cuts. Cuts from programs that help families put food on the table, afford child care, and keep our communities safe. Cuts from local communities for projects like improving hospitals, teaching facilities, and child care centers. Dollars that the House and the Senate had already agreed to. But the House Republican package isn't just about cutting out veterans and old people. No, it's also about spending more money. Republican House members want to pour an extra $6 billion over the next 6 months. Yep, that's $1 billion a month directly to the Pentagon. No explanation, no justification of why this money is needed. Nope. Cuts everywhere else in government, but a funding increase for the one government agency that has never passed an audit. That agency, the Department of Defense, gets $1 billion a month. House Republicans want to give $6 billion more dollars to make sure that defense contractors continue to get their fat paychecks. Look, Republicans in Congress don't care whether the government shuts down because they don't care about hurting working families. All they care about is getting back to jamming through their true agenda. $4.6 trillion worth of tax handouts for millionaires, billionaires, and giant corporations, paid for by gutting health care for millions of people. Donald Trump looked Americans in the eye and said he'd, quote, lower costs on day one. Those were his words. And now we are 7 weeks in, and he has done the exact opposite. He is raising costs for families. More people are losing their jobs. Sky-high child care, housing, and food costs. And it's open season right now for banks and credit card companies and shady student loan outfits to scam the American people. The Republican shutdown playbook is dangerous, and it will hurt working families. Democrats are right to oppose the House bill, and people all across this country are right to expect us to stand up and fight back. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. President, I want to thank the senator from Connecticut for his work today in defending the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and highlighting again the importance of this work from the CFPB to help level the playing field just a little between the billionaire banks and our hardworking service members and families that are living paycheck to paycheck. I also want to thank Senator Booker for coming here and talking today about how people from New Jersey have been directly affected by overdraft fee abuses, and appreciate his work on this. President Trump and Republicans promised the Americans that they would lower their cost of living. And instead, they are now linking arms with some of the biggest banks in the country to impose billions of dollars in fees on working families. Today, Republicans are voting to overturn a CFPB rule that prevents big banks like Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo from saddling customers with hundreds of dollars in overdraft fees when a customer overdraws a checking account by only a few dollars. Let's be clear, this rule covers only the biggest banks, those with more than $10 billion in assets. Community banks are completely exempt from this. All this rule does is ensure that overdraft fees are reasonable. Under the rule, banks are allowed to recoup all of their costs, all of their losses associated with providing overdraft. That is typically under $5, which is why the CFPB's rule generally caps overdraft fees at $5. But if the bank can show that its costs are harder, then they can charge the full amount of their actual costs and losses. What the banks cannot do is play a game of gotcha in which the bank manipulates the customer's account to hit the customers with hundreds of dollars in overdraft charges. Today, a handful of giant banks are charging about $35 a bounced payment, squeezing families for far more than what it typically costs to offer this overdraft. And the consumers carrying the vast majority of these fees are disproportionately low-income Americans, with the typical customer who gets caught by overdraft fees ending up paying more than $400 a year. Now, $400 can be the cost of a mortgage payment or rent for someone with a modest income. $400 can be the difference between their kids' medication or just going without. $400 for some families can be several weeks' worth of groceries. This money matters to millions of families. Altogether, the CFPB rule saves American families up to $5 billion a year. Republicans claim they care about lowering costs, but overturning this rule will make big banks richer and hardworking families poorer. The Republicans are deeply sympathetic to giant banks. They worry about poor little Wells Fargo. They shed a tear for JP Morgan's extra $1 billion in profits that they make from overdraft fees, on top of the $27 billion they make in their other banking services. Yes, the Republicans worry about those giant banks and that $5 billion that they would have to forego if they could only charge $5 for an overdraft fee. Look, banks can survive with limits on overdraft fees. How do we know that? Because they're already doing it. In fact, many banks, including Capital One and Citibank, have eliminated overdraft fees entirely. and they are still making billions of dollars in profits. No, these fees are about kicking hardworking Americans when they are down. My constituent, April, from Massachusetts, shared this. During the years of my life when money was always tight, nothing was more stressful than overdrafting my account by $1 only to lose $35 due to overdraft. More than once, that additional $35 loss tangled up my budget for multiple paychecks or made the difference between getting groceries or not. Joan, also from Massachusetts, talked about how insidious these fees can be. Quote, several times when money was tight and I refilled my account a bit too late, I was charged an overdraft fee that then itself caused the next check to bounce, causing another fee. On top of that, there were daily fees because the overdraft charges kept me behind even as I added money to the account. To make matters even worse, these abusive anti-consumer practices often target service members and military families. Last year, the CFPB ordered Navy Federal Credit Union to refund $80 million in illegal surprise overdraft fees, which they had charged service members even when the service members' accounts showed enough money to cover the transactions. Cracking down on abusive overdraft practices, particularly when they harm service members, has bipartisan support. A year ago, my then colleague, J.D. Vance, and I launched an investigation into another credit union that had preyed on service members with extortionate overdraft fees. And I hope to see the same kind of bipartisan concern now and support for the CFPB rule that puts a stop to this squeeze on military families. And look, finally, I just want to mention, I know that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and on this side of the aisle are concerned about debanking. Now, debanking is something that happens when a bank closes someone's account without any real explanation. Overdraft practices have been the reason for tens of millions of account closures, shutting out far too many Americans from our banking system. So for everyone who has concerns about debanking, consider that the CFPB rule eliminates one of the main excuses that banks have used for debanking their customers. Look, our job is to lower costs for American families, not boost profits for giant banks. A vote against today's CRA is a vote to protect those families and save them $5 billion a year. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, President Trump took a strong American economy and broke it in less than 100 days. Right now, Republican senators are at a crossroads. Will they vote to stop Trump's chaotic tariffs and save our economy, or will they continue bending the knee to Donald Trump? That is the vote that we are forcing tonight. When he ran for office, Donald Trump promised over and over and over that he would lower costs on day one. Those were his words, lower costs on day one. In fact, he said after he was elected that it was one of the main reasons that he won. But as soon as the election was over, he ignored that promise. Instead of working to lower costs on day one, he has decided to start the dumbest trade war in U.S. history, which is already increasing costs for American households and damaging our economy. So let's take a step back and talk about what's happened since Trump started this trade war. The stock market took the biggest plunge since the early days of the pandemic, sinking millions of Americans' retirement accounts. Businesses have begun hiking prices and laying off workers. Americans are worried they won't be able to survive a cratering economy. And just today, Americans woke up to the news that Donald Trump single-handedly shrunk our economy in 3 months and raised the cost of their groceries. The warning lights are all flashing red. We've seen this before. But this time, our economy is teetering on the edge, not because of a mortgage meltdown or a one-in-a-century virus, but because of one man alone, the President of the United States. Unless we reverse course quickly, many economists believe that a recession is inevitable. And like all recessions, the pain will fall the hardest on working families. Many Americans will face the 1-2 punch of job losses on top of overwhelming debt burdens. A cascade of defaults, foreclosures, and personal bankruptcies could follow. With so many indications that American families are in serious trouble, our government should be throwing them a lifeline. Instead, President Trump is throwing them an anchor while he carves out exemptions for a few well-connected billionaires who have bent the knee. This is the moment for Congress to step up. And where are the Senate Republicans? Watching, waiting, hoping it doesn't get worse, hoping maybe somebody else will step up. Well, I'm here to say it is up to us in the United States Senate. No one else is coming to save us. We are the ones who have to act. If Republicans care about the American people, they will vote yes on our resolution today and turn off the fake emergency that Donald Trump is using to impose his on-again, off-again, red light, green light tariffs, the tariffs that are pushing our economy off a cliff. Let me repeat, Congress can end this economic threat today. All we need are some Republican senators to join us to vote down the president's abuse of emergency authorities. Unless we take action now, millions of people will lose their jobs, families will be destroyed, and our economy will take years to recover. But this time, it will be the President of the United States who destroyed our economy. And it will be congressional Republicans who helped him do it because they didn't have the spine to stand up to Donald Trump. So I say to my Republican colleagues, let's get this done. You have a choice. You can either continue to enable Donald Trump's tariff chaos, or you can actually stand up for your constituents. It is truly that simple. The chaos and corruption of Trump's first 100 days can be curbed. The president is no king, and he only has as much power as Congress is willing to let him keep. It is time for us, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, to step up and head off a crisis before millions more American families are hurt. We have the power, we just need the courage to use it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
John Cotton had his son.
Madam President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are taking a chainsaw to Social Security. For nearly a century, Social Security has been there for tens of millions of Americans. But now Trump and Musk are threatening to tear all of that down. They are firing staff. They're plotting to close down offices. They're making it harder for people to get help over the telephone. Trump's pick to head up Social Security, Frank Bisignano, will rubber stamp Trump and Musk's attack on Social Security. He'll let them keep slashing services. He'll let them keep threatening benefits. And that's going to hurt people everywhere, from seniors who count on their monthly checks right now, to the parents of kids with a disability supported by Social Security, to every American who is paying into the program now, for results later on down the line. Social Security, by the way, is more than just a retirement program. It is insurance. If you are 30 years old today and you get in an accident and become disabled, Social Security has you covered. If you have a child and something happens to you, that kid will get Social Security benefits. Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to rip that protection away. Two people who don't have the slightest clue how much Social Security means to families are now threatening Americans' benefits in order to pay for giant tax cuts for billionaires. And since those two cannot begin to imagine what it means for working people, let's tell them what Social Security does. A few weeks ago, I posted a video explaining what Trump and Musk were doing to Social Security. And I asked people, just tell your stories. And the stories came flooding in. And here are just a few. Quote, I'm on Social Security disability. It's about 95% of my total income. Every month since Trump took office this year, I have worried about whether or not my Social Security payment will come as usual. Yeah, millions of people out there who are worried about getting their Social Security payments on time because Trump and Musk are out there with that famous chainsaw doing what they can to make it harder for people to get the benefits that they have earned. Or here's another. I've had Medicare medication coverage for around 20 years, and all of a sudden, with Musk's appearance, I've had to fight to keep it. Here's someone who has a legal right, a benefit, and now, thanks to Elon Musk, has to be in the fight in order to keep what this person is entitled to. Or another, I've been getting my Social Security check with zero problems for 15 years. Last night, I was so worried about me not getting a check that I stayed up to the early morning hours to make sure it was in my account. Thanks to Trump and Musk, I worry if I will be able to pay my rent every month. Since Trump has been in office, it's been extremely stressful. Yeah, that's the stress people are feeling about whether or not they will have access to the money that they invested year after year when they were working, the money that they earned, their Social Security benefits. Or another, we have a son born with Down syndrome, and we are now retired, depending on our Social Security for the three of us, for food, utilities, clothing, medical services, things that we worked for all our lives, only to have billionaires come in and take what little we have to live on away. Yeah, the billionaires may not care about Social Security, but here's someone who depends on it every day. Or another, I'm about to turn 65 and have had a nightmare of a time trying to even talk to a real human being at the Social Security office. It's been just a series of dead ends and mistakes piled atop confusion. And boy, there's the heart of it. Donald Trump and Elon Musk can't legally cut Social Security benefits, but what Trump and Musk are now doing is cutting access to being able to get your Social Security benefits started, which has a very similar effect for people who don't get what they earned all their lives. Or here's another. I had cancer at 52 years old, stage 4 uterine cancer. I spent more than a year fighting cancer. I am currently 66 years old and fighting the chronic pain from the chemicals they use to treat the cancer. I rely on my Social Security to survive. What am I going to do? This is what's happening in America now because Donald Trump and Elon Musk are taking a chainsaw to Social Security. Or another, I'm 71 years old and work part-time as a data technician in dementia research. So my Social Security benefits supplement my income. I'm anxious that eventually I, too, will have my Social Security check delayed or stopped altogether. Or another, we all need Social Security to survive as a nation. I myself have been having it drawn out of my paychecks for over 40 years, but haven't retired yet and will need it shortly. My only hope is that it's still there when I need it. We earned that right to collect this money and will not let a bunch of billionaires take it from us. Amen. I have worked since I was 16 years old, and now I am 71, but I still work part-time. It goes without saying that I need my Social Security benefits to survive, and since Trump and Musk took over, I don't know from 1 month to the next what might happen. So scary now. This is what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing to people who are counting on Social Security. Or another, I only get $25,000 yearly from Social Security, and it constitutes more than half my income. I have a small pension from the company where I worked for 40 years. If I lose my Social Security, I'll have to support myself and my sister who cannot work. I don't have much in savings due to continuing medical expenses over the years. We need my Social Security to survive. I'll say that again. We need my Social Security to survive. Or another, I'm a Social Security employee, and I just want to say thank you for standing up for the programs SSA runs and the beneficiaries. It is true, it's been becoming harder for people to access their benefits, but also for other services, such as getting their Social Security card replaced. There are some days where people are waiting for 8 hours just to talk to a customer service representative, or they don't even get the call back and have to call again the next day to have an issue resolved. That's if they have the time to call the next day. That is testimony from the front lines from someone who works at the Social Security Administration, lines that are 8 hours long. Or another, I went to a Social Security office yesterday because I needed to change my direct deposit for my monthly benefits. The doors were locked. All the booths were shuttered. Sign on the door said, quote, by appointment only. And there was a number to call, which I did. The automated system put me on hold, and the recording said 15-minute wait. And after time passed, the recording said I would be helped as soon as possible. Then said they were receiving higher than normal call volumes. After several rings, the recording said, leave a message, which I did, and someone will return your call. But that hasn't happened yet. As I sat outside that office, another person walked up and said he heard that we have to go into the office in person to show our ID or lose our benefits. Then realized the door was locked. Now I am very concerned that I might not get my benefits in the future. So, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, that is what your attack on Social Security means for Americans. More problems and fewer people to fix them. Hours on the phone or hours waiting in line at an office trying to get help, all to get the benefits that people have paid into their entire working lives. That is money they have earned and money they are owed. Frank Bisignato has made clear he will not stop the chaos. He will not stop the harm. That is wrong. And on behalf of every single American who counts on Social Security, I am voting no on this appointment. And I encourage all of my colleagues, Democrat and Republican, to do the same. Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote no on SJ Res 13. President Trump promised that he would lower costs for American families on day one. He promised to cap interest rates on credit cards at 10%. And so what is it that the Senate is prioritizing today? Making it easier for banks to merge, raising the cost of credit for small businesses and households, and eroding banking services in local communities. This resolution would undo common sense provisions and improvements to the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's Bank Merger Review Framework after decades of that office rubber stamping deals that have reduced competition in the banking sector and put community banks all across this country out of business. Now, we have witnessed small banks just vanishing from our local communities over the past several decades. These are the banks that are deeply rooted in our neighborhoods, that do the painstaking local lending that many small businesses rely on. Regulators' long record of rubber stamping bank mergers has resulted in scores of branch closures, leaving consumers with fewer choices when it comes to who to trust with their money. Between 2006 and 2021, the Federal Reserve approved more than 3,500 consecutive mergers without denying a single one, not even one single no. With the regulators completely asleep at the switch, since 1990, the number of banks in the United States has declined from more than 18,000 to fewer than 5,000. The biggest banks have been the beneficiaries of this consolidation because they have grown even bigger. In the mid-1990s, the 20 biggest banks in this country held a total of 15% of all bank assets. The 20 biggest had 15% of all the assets. Today, the top 20 hold more than 65% of all bank assets. And the concentration at the very top is even more extreme. The biggest 4 banks alone hold more assets than the next 75 banks combined. This problem can be life or death for small businesses that can't get hold of anyone at a big bank who understands the local economy or the nuances of their business or their credit needs. At a big bank, you get a 1-800 number and a cookie-cutter product developed in some far-off headquarters. The problem is even more dire in low-income neighborhoods, where research shows that predatory lenders and check cashers proliferate as bank consolidation increases. Concentrating power into a few financial giants in money centers reduces competition, and it results in Americans paying higher prices for their banking services. That means higher credit card interest rates, higher fees, higher auto loan payments, and unaffordable mortgages. And when these banks become too big to fail, the entire economy feels the pain when those banks' risk-taking blows up and taxpayers are the ones who have to foot the bill when Wall Street comes in here demanding bailouts. In recent years, regulators started to wake up to the fact that a highly consolidated banking sector is bad for consumers and bad for our economy. Bank supervisors and antitrust enforcers have been taking a careful look at the rules that guide how mergers are scrutinized, and they finally began to apply the law as written by Congress, and they retired the rubber stamp. In 2024, the OCC, which oversees most of the very largest banks, finalized improvements to the bank merger framework, creating a more comprehensive process and a more transparent process. First, the new rules will end the practice that allowed certain mergers to be automatically approved just 15 days after the closing of the public comment period. This resolution would reinstitute automatic approval, just as Elon Musk's his Doge guts the very staff that is reviewing these bank merger applications. It's a dangerous combination to actually say we're going to do these automatic approvals, give them a really short period of time, and then cut the number of people who are there in the regulatory agencies to be able to review the mergers. Second, the updated rules also ensure that all applicants provide regulators with the information they need to weed out harmful transactions and to ensure that the OCC is more transparent about how it weighs certain factors when making a determination for whether to approve or deny a merger. And all that would go away. The OCC's final rule is a common sense step to revitalize the bank merger framework after decades of lax review. Passing this resolution would turn back the clock, raise costs for Americans at a time when they can least afford it, and choke off credit even more for the small businesses that need it most. I urge my colleagues to vote no on SJ Res 13. It is bad for consumers, bad for small businesses, and ultimately, that means it's bad for our economy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Yes, the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
Calendar number.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about the vote we've just had on the motion to proceed on the Genius Act. Despite promises that the Genius Act's fundamental flaws would be fixed ahead of any vote, we still don't have the new bill text. Now, many of my colleagues have made clear they want to improve this bill and that it's important for Republicans not to jam us. Well, the Republicans decided to jam us anyway. But the Democrats have the power to say no, and that's exactly what we just did. The Genius Act would establish a new regulatory framework for stablecoins, a type of cryptocurrency whose value is pegged to the value of another asset, often the US dollar. This is a $100 billion market. A stablecoin is very similar to a bank deposit. Its value, like the value of your deposits in a bank account, is supposed to maintain a stable value. That's why they call it a stablecoin. But as we've learned throughout history, banking can be a really risky activity. It requires robust regulatory and supervisory framework that protects consumers, that protects our national security, and that protects the stability of the financial system. Democrats in the Banking Committee worked hard to improve the Genius Act before, during, and after we had a vote in the committee on the bill. We want to strengthen the guardrails on this new financial product to make sure that it is safe and reliable. Democrats, even Democrats who voted for the bill in committee, made it clear the bill needs to improve significantly to win their support on the floor. But this new bill that was introduced last week and rushed to the floor this week and that we voted on just today lacked those guardrails. So far, Republicans have refused to adopt changes that would apply basic consumer protection rules, like the ones that banks and other financial institutions have to follow so that their customers don't get cheated. Refuse to adopt changes that would make it more difficult for cartels, terrorists, sanctions evaders, and human traffickers to use stablecoins to finance illegal activity, have refused to adopt changes that ensure that stablecoins do not destabilize our financial system and require taxpayers to bail out crypto companies when they crash, have refused to adopt changes that would prevent big tech billionaires from using this bill to issue their own private currencies, have refused to adopt changes that would stop Donald Trump and his family from corruptly profiting off their new stablecoin, USD1, which is already the 5th largest stablecoin in the world and has already been used to cut them in on shady, multi-billion-dollar deals with foreign governments. So, what happened when the Democrats saw the new version of the bill last week? We stood together, we held firm, and we made clear that we were not giving them enough votes to get to 60 and move the bill forward. That brought Republicans back to the negotiating table over the last several days. The lead negotiators made clear Republicans need our votes. We will not be rushed. We will not be jammed. We will not vote on something that we haven't even seen. This issue is simply too important. And that brings us to today. We were asked by the Republicans to take this vote without ever seeing the text of the new bill. There is no way for any senator to know whether the final bill sufficiently protects consumers. No way to know whether the final bill prevents terrorists and rogue nations and cartels from using stablecoins to move dirty money around. No way to know whether the final bill stops big tech billionaires from taking over our money supply, and no way to know whether the final bill stops President Trump from making billions off his stablecoin and accepting bribes from foreign nations. These purported fixes were negotiated behind closed doors in the dead of night, and we don't even know for sure what they are. We need time to evaluate them carefully. This is what it looks like when Republicans try to jam the Democrats. Look, the opportunity for bribery and corruption through a Trump stablecoin is not hypothetical. It's not like, well, here's something that might happen. Trump has already shown us right out in public exactly how to run the corruption play. It was reported last week that an Abu Dhabi investment firm, MGX, is using Trump's USD1 stablecoin to finance a $2 billion investment in Binance, essentially giving Trump a cut of the deal. The firm is chaired by someone who is referred to in the industry as the spy sheik of the United Arab Emirates, and co-owned by G42, a firm with extensive ties to the Chinese government. I do not think that some of my colleagues fully comprehend the scale of this corruption. Donald Trump and his family have essentially started their own bank, and money from foreign governments and large corporations is already pouring in. This is not one of Trump's standard failed side hustles like steaks or vodka or his licensing deals. His stablecoin, USD1, is the 5th largest in the world, and it's only 3 weeks old. He is set to make hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially billions of dollars on this undertaking. If you're seeking pardons, if you want tariff exemptions, you want other special favors, you don't need a briefcase of cash pushed under the table. You can do it conveniently online with Donald Trump's stablecoin. How can any senator, Democrat, Republican, or independent, endorse that kind of corruption? How can any senator, Democrat, Republican, or independent, facilitate that kind of corruption? Over the past few months, we, as Democrats, have too often forgotten we still have some power. And this is our opportunity to use it. We did not vote for this bill today. We stood firm and we demanded improvements. I have heard from some of my colleagues this bill will happen with or without us, and that is simply not true. We proved it today. I urge Democrats to continue to use their power and to make sure that we don't sign off on a weak deal, on a bad deal, on a deal that months from now or years from now we say, oh, that turned out to be a bad idea. We can only vote for the Genius Act when we have a bill that protects consumers, that promotes financial stability, that protects our national defense, and that fights back against Donald Trump's aggressive and public corruption. We need to stand strong as Democrats, and if we do, we can get a better bill and better serve the people of the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Recognized Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the Genius Act. Analysts expect that passing the Genius Act could grow the stablecoin market tenfold over just the next 3 years. That would take a $200 billion market to a $2 trillion market, making it just a little bit smaller than the entire GDP of Canada. 2 weeks ago, Democrats refused to vote for the bill because it had inadequate safeguards for consumers, and it posed too much risk, both for our financial stability and our national security. Democrats also voted no because the bill failed to address President Trump's blatant crypto corruption. So, here we are again. What has changed in the bill since the last vote? The answer? Not much. Its basic flaws remain unaddressed. While a strong stablecoin bill is the best possible outcome, this weak bill is worse than no bill at all. First, corruption. It is fitting that we are voting on the Genius Act just a few days before President Trump hosts a, quote, private, intimate dinner and a VIP White House tour for the top investors in his meme coin, many of whom remain anonymous. Buyers, including some apparently foreign investors, reportedly spent an estimated $148 million in the contest, enriching Donald Trump and his family. And yet, this pay-to-play scheme is only the tip of the iceberg of the president's crypto corruption. Trump and his family have already pocketed hundreds of millions of dollars from his crypto ventures, and they stand to make hundreds of millions more from his stablecoin, USD1, if this bill passes. It launched only weeks ago, but USD1 is already the 5th largest stablecoin in the entire world. Passing this bill means that we can expect more anonymous buyers, big companies, and foreign governments to use the president's stablecoin as both a shadowy bank account shielded from government oversight and as a way to pay off the president personally. For crooks, it is a 2-for-1. This is not a hypothetical problem. Already, an Abu Dhabi investment firm called MGX is using Trump's stablecoin to finance a $2 billion investment in the Binance cryptocurrency exchange, essentially just cutting Trump in on the deal of this enormous financial transaction. MGH is chaired by the intelligence chief of the United Arab Emirates and co-owned by a firm with extensive ties to the Chinese government. If Congress passes this bill, USD won't just be a coercive tool to pay off a corrupt president. It will be a financial instrument blessed by the United States government. And this bill provides even more opportunities to reward buyers of Trump's coins with favors like tariff exemptions, pardons, and government appointments. For months, many Democrats have pushed for common sense ethics provisions in this bill. Unfortunately, the final bill does nothing to rein in the president's crypto corruption. But some supporters say, well, that's because the corruption's already happening, and at least this bill won't make it any worse. That is wrong. The Genius Act will accelerate Trump's corruption by supercharging the size of the stablecoin market and the reach and profitability of Trump's USD1. And for the first time in American history, this bill will make our president, Donald Trump, the regulator of his own financial product. This Congress should be a check on the president. Congress should not be making it even easier for him to line his pockets with even more shady crypto cash. If Congress does not fix this issue here today, then it will be aiding and abetting his corruption every time President Trump's stablecoin is used to finance a corrupt deal. Second problem, financial stability. I am deeply concerned that this bill will directly lead to the next financial meltdown. This is not the first time that Congress has listened to the financial industry and created a weak regulatory regime for a new, innovative financial product. We have seen this story before, and we know how it ends. 25 years ago, Congress passed the Commodity Futures Modernization Act to support the obscure financial derivatives market, and almost nobody noticed. At the time, derivatives were a relatively niche financial product. Most people really didn't understand what they were or what they did. But when the derivatives industry came knocking, begging for so-called regulation, Congress was willing to oblige. After all, people said, surely some kind of regulatory framework was better than nothing. So Congress created a weak set of rules that was loaded with loopholes, just like the industry wanted. The result was a total disaster. Derivatives moved from the edge of the financial system to the center of it. The result was that a law so massively expanded the reach of the derivatives market and further integrated it into the core financial system. That bill helped set the stage for the 2008 financial crash. Congress came back after the meltdown and cleaned up the mess in Dodd-Frank, but that was long after 10 million people lost their homes and millions more people lost their jobs and their savings. In the last decade, we saw this story in another version and just barely avoided another disaster because of it. In 2018, Congress debated and enacted S. 2155, the Bipartisan Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act, right here on the floor of the Senate. Republicans and the banking industry pushed that bill, and a number of Democrats joined them as well. They voted to roll back critical post-2008 crisis reforms for some of the largest banks in the country. 5 years later, just 5 years later, 3 of those newly deregulated banks failed. Those 3 failures were the second, third, and fourth largest failures among banks in American history. For a while, it looked like we might face a run on the whole banking system. Swift action by regulators to bail out uninsured depositors and a whole lot of luck are the only reasons we didn't face yet another financial meltdown just 2 years ago. And now, here we are back to do the same thing again. A financial meltdown triggered by crypto instability is not some alarmist fever dream. In fact, it nearly happened just a few years ago crypto markets abruptly lost $2 trillion, that's trillion with a T, after the collapse of several major crypto firms. In 2022, two of the largest stable coins failed to maintain their pegs. Now, luckily, these cryptocurrency markets were mostly separate from the rest of the financial system, so we avoided the mass economic destruction. That ends today if we enact this bill. The Genius Act folds stablecoins directly into the traditional financial system while applying weaker safeguards than banks or investment companies must adhere to. Make no mistake, we are likely to see another financial crisis in the coming years, and we are virtually certain to see another set of wild swings in cryptocurrency values. And it will be the American people who will bear the costs of a massive financial crash facilitated by the stablecoin market if Congress passes the Genius Act. Third problem, if this bill passes, it will mean easier access to money for terrorists and drug cartels. Even today, the crypto industry's own analysts are calling stablecoins, quote, the new kingpin of illicit crypto activity. According to Chainalysis, a blockchain analytics firm, stablecoins account for more than 60% of all illicit crypto transactions. There's a reason for this. These stablecoins are an ideal payment system that works for cartels, terrorists, sanctions evaders, and human traffickers to finance crime. Unfortunately, the Genius Act massively expands the marketplace for stablecoins while failing to address the basic national security risks posed by them. The bill fails to apply anti-money laundering safeguards to exchanges and intermediaries that facilitate the movement, obfuscation, and custody of stablecoins. The bill includes glaring loopholes that would allow Tether, which has reportedly become the cryptocurrency of choice for illicit actors because of its alleged willingness to turn a blind eye to money laundering, to now get access to U.S. markets. In fact, the bill text now contains a so-called decentralized finance loophole that allows Tether and other non-compliant stablecoins to access U.S. markets without any constraints, a loophole that does not exist today and that didn't even exist in the bill until this past weekend. I don't want to see fentanyl traffickers or child pornographers or terrorists or countries that are trying to avoid sanctions all finance their operations with U.S.-backed stablecoins. And I certainly don't want to see a major expansion of access to money by America's adversaries. But if we pass this bill in its current form, that is exactly where we are headed. Fourth problem, if this bill passes, it will allow Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg to issue their own money. The bill still permits big tech companies and other conglomerates to issue their own private currencies. Community banks have warned us that by creating a parallel, lightly regulated banking system, the stablecoin market will drain deposits from our local community banks and from the communities they serve. There will be less funding available for small businesses and households all across the country. So, if this bill becomes law, Congress will be responsible if a handful of giants take control of our money and then access and abuse troves of valuable consumer spending data. We will be responsible if small businesses struggle to access credit and if more community banks disappear. Finally, if this bill passes, Main Street investors will be at greater risk of getting robbed and scammed. The bill jeopardizes the CFPB oversight and the suite of consumer protections that people enjoy when using their Venmo app or their bank account. If you get cheated using a stablecoin, you may just be out of luck. Our constituents will be reaching out to our offices because they have fallen victim to a stablecoin scam or have been saddled with junk fees when they redeem their stablecoin, only to discover that in many cases there will be no recourse. Congress should not choose to enable President Trump's egregious corruption. Congress should not fuel the next financial crash. Congress should not put consumers at risk for fraud or make it easier to engage in terrorist activities. It doesn't have to be this way. A bill that meaningfully strengthens oversight of the stablecoin market is worth enacting. A bill that turbocharges the stablecoin market while facilitating the president's corruption and undermining national security, financial stability, and consumer protection is worse than no bill at all. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the Genius Act. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we on a quorum call?
We are not.
I just asked for recognition then.
Senator is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about the Genius Act and the threat it poses to our financial system, our national security, and our democracy. Now, at this moment, I expected to be on the floor urging the Senate to adopt a series of amendments filed by both Democrats and Republicans, amendments that would fix the core problems with this bill. For weeks, Leader Thune promised that senators would have a chance to vote on amendments on the stablecoin bill. Today, he broke that promise. This bill goes forward without a single chance for a single senator to offer a single amendment. Even changes that have widespread bipartisan support are left aside as Leader Thune decides just to strong-arm the bill on through the Senate. Now, before I outline the specific dangers posed by this bill, it's worth taking a step back to ask a simple question. Why is the crypto industry so vigorously lobbying for a bill that proponents claim will bring much-needed regulation to the market? Simon Johnson, a Nobel Prize-winning economist, and Brooksley Born, the former chair of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, answered this question in a recent op-ed by reminding us we've seen this movie before. Back in the late 1990s, derivatives were a relatively niche market, but a new type of product called an over-the-counter derivative had just been developed. Most investors didn't really understand what they were or what they did, but the derivatives industry came knocking, begging for so-called regulation. Congress was ready to oblige. In 2000, Congress passed the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, and President Bill Clinton signed it into law. Proponents of the bill claimed that the new law would provide legal clarity, promote innovation, reduce risks, protect consumers, and advance U.S. competitiveness. After all, people said, surely some kind of regulatory framework was better than nothing at all. But the bill established a weak set of rules loaded with loopholes, just as the industry wanted. Sound familiar? The result was a disaster. Derivatives moved from the edge of the financial system to the center of it. After all, with regulation, these derivatives now seem to have the implicit blessing of the United States government, and buying, selling, and designing derivatives became a more mainstream activity on Wall Street. In less than 8 years, the market for over-the-counter derivatives grew 7-fold and embedded itself into the core financial system. By simultaneously boosting the derivatives industry and lightly regulating it, the bill Congress had passed helped set the stage for the 2008 financial crash. After the meltdown, Congress came back and cleaned up the mess in Dodd-Frank, but that was long after hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer bailouts had been handed to Wall Street, while 10 million families had lost their homes and millions more had lost their jobs. Mr. Johnson's Nobel Prize is an impressive credential, and his warning should carry great weight. But we should also pay special attention to the thoughts of his co-author, Brooksley Born. She was one of the few people who saw the 2008 train wreck coming and opposed the derivatives bill at the time. And now she is ringing the alarm again. The parallels to the Commodity Futures Modernization Act are striking. Industry is the driving force behind the Genius Act. Proponents argue the Genius Act will provide legal clarity, promote innovation, reduce risks, protect consumers, and advance U.S. competitiveness in a new financial market. Passage of the Genius Act is expected to significantly grow the market from $200 billion now to an estimated $2 trillion in a short time. And the Genius Act is riddled with loopholes and contains weak safeguards for consumers, national security, and financial stability. Yeah, it all sounds very similar. But there is one big difference between the Genius Act and the CFMA. President Clinton did not own a derivatives company. President Trump does own a stablecoin company. Through his crypto business, President Trump has created an efficient means to trade presidential favors like tariff exemptions, pardons, and government appointments for hundreds of millions, perhaps billions of dollars from foreign governments, from billionaires, and from large corporations. This is the single greatest corruption scandal in American history. And by passing the Genius Act, the Senate is about to not only bless this corruption, but to actively facilitate its expansion. The New York Times ran a front-page essay this week by Ben Rhodes, President Obama's former deputy national security advisor, on Trump's corruption. Rhodes interviewed Sander Lederer, who heads a Hungarian anti-corruption organization and has witnessed the disintegration of Hungary's democracy under Viktor Orban. Lederer warned, quote, "The pressure corruption puts on a political system is like a river bearing down on a dam. Once the dam breaks, you're washed down river by currents you can't control. If you try to rebuild the dam, it's too late." Instead of fortifying the dam, the Senate is now hacking away at it. In April, President Trump's crypto company, World Liberty Financial, launched its own stablecoin called USD1. That stablecoin is already the 5th largest stablecoin in the world, and foreign investors have already begun to exploit this avenue for corruption. A UAE state-backed investment firm used Trump's USD1 to finance a $2 billion investment in a crypto exchange whose owner is reportedly lobbying President Trump for a pardon, essentially giving Trump a cut of this $2 billion deal. This is the model. Deposit your money in the bank of Trump and use his stablecoin to make payments. He earns money by investing those deposits in other assets like a bank, and also earns money on every transaction that occurs whenever the stablecoin is used as a means of payment. Even more publicized than his stablecoin, Trump launched a meme coin, another type of crypto asset. The coin was issued shortly before Trump's inauguration, and it initially soared in value. When people lost interest and the value of the coin began to sag, Trump launched a new scheme to make money. A few weeks ago, he hosted a dinner for the top holders of his meme coin, which again juiced the price and increased trading volume. The meme coin has netted more than $320 million in transactions fees alone and has inflated Trump's net worth on paper by billions of dollars. And the favors for people who bought millions of dollars of Trump's coins have just begun. For example, one of those top holders at the dinner was crypto executive Justin's son, who recently had his SEC lawsuit quietly dropped. Another was an investor with close ties to the Chinese Communist Party. There is nothing in the Genius Act to stop this corruption. In fact, the Senate bill would accelerate the corruption. The bill would expand the reach of USD1 and grow its size. It would make Trump the regulator of his own financial company and, importantly, the regulator of his competitors. Senator Merkley is leading an amendment to fix this, an amendment that Leader Thune has blocked. There are other serious problems with the Genius Act, problems that Democrats and Republicans have amendments to fix. The bill permits big tech companies and other conglomerates to issue their own private currencies and take control over the money supply. It includes a special carve-out that makes it even easier for private companies like X to issue a stablecoin. Musk has made it clear that in a few years, he wants his new X money payment platform to be, quote, half of the global financial system. Senator Hawley and Senator Blumenthal have an amendment to fix that. Leader Thune has blocked that amendment. Community banks have warned us that by creating a parallel, lightly regulated banking system, the stablecoin market will drain deposits from our local communities. There will be less funding available for small businesses and households all across our country. Senator Hickenlooper has an amendment to fix that. Leader Thune has blocked that amendment. The bill would also mean easier access to money for terrorists and cartels. Even today, the crypto industry's own analysts are calling stablecoins, quote, the new kingpin of illicit crypto activity. According to Chainalysis, a blockchain analytics firm, stablecoins account for more than 60% of all illicit crypto transactions. Unfortunately, the Genius Act massively expands the marketplace for stablecoins while failing to address the basic national security risks posed by them. It also includes glaring loopholes that would allow Tether, a notorious foreign stablecoin issuer now based in El Salvador, would allow Tether access to U.S. markets. Just this week, prosecutors charged a Russian national in New York for using Tether to help Russians evade U.S. sanctions. Senators Schumer, Reid, Shaheen, and Blunt-Rochester have amendments to fix those problems. Leader Thune has blocked those amendments. The bill also increases the likelihood that consumers will get ripped off and scammed in financial transactions involving stablecoins. It jeopardizes the CFPB oversight and the suite of consumer protections that people enjoy when they're using their Venmo app or an ordinary bank account. If you get cheated using a stablecoin, you may just be out of luck. The vast majority of stablecoin issuers won't even be required to undergo financial audits to make sure that they aren't committing fraud. Senators Durbin and Warnock have an amendment to fix this. Senator Thune has blocked that amendment. And finally, The Genius Act lacks the basic safeguards necessary to ensure that stablecoins don't blow up our entire financial system. The bill permits stablecoin issuers to invest in risky assets and allows them to engage in risky, non-stablecoin activities like private credit or derivatives trading. At the same time, the bill constrains regulators' ability to apply capital and liquidity safeguards to limit the chances of stablecoin failures. Again, we have amendments to fix this, and again, Leader Thune has blocked those amendments. Over the past few months, Democrats seem to have forgotten that we actually have some power. This is an opportunity to use that power. Democrats can withhold their approval of this bill today and say that the bill will not go forward unless we have the opportunity to vote on some amendments, precisely as Leader Thune promised we could do. Democrats should show a little spine and insist on amendments as the price for helping advance this bill. We don't have to speculate on what can go wrong if this bill advances without changes. We have already seen it. The next time Trump is cut into a corrupt deal by a foreign government using his stablecoin, or the next time North Korea uses stablecoins to add to its nuclear arsenal, or the next time a person falls victim to a stablecoin scam, or the next time the financial system is stressed by a stablecoin run, it is likely that the resulting harm will be traced right back to the inadequacies of the Genius Act. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bombing another country is an act of war. And last week, Donald Trump launched an attack that could spin the United States into another endless war in the Middle East. What followed from that decision can only be described as pure madness. Trump declared total victory. Iran threatened retaliation. Americans in the region were forced to shelter in place. Trump's own team then admitted no one knows where the nuclear materials are and what nuclear capacity Iran might still have. Trump called for regime change, and then last night, just for a moment, we hoped and believed there was a ceasefire, only for us to wake up to frantic posts on social media by the president begging both sides to stop shooting missiles and rockets at each other. Today, the deputy commander of Central Command could not describe what kind of contingency plans the Defense Department was making, or even whether they did or didn't have plans for the U.S. to put boots on the ground in this Middle East conflict. And the classified briefing scheduled for right now that we should be having so that all the senators can ask questions about what has happened and what is currently happening in Iran has just been scrapped by the Republicans for another 48 hours. There is no grand plan. There is no careful effort to develop a responsible U.S. foreign policy designed to keep us all safe. Once again, Donald Trump serves up chaos, dangerous chaos, that threatens the long-term security of the American people. New reporting by CNN and the New York Times suggests Donald Trump's bombing of Iran failed to destroy its nuclear program. The media reports highlight that the strikes only set back Iran's nuclear program by a few months, while risking another war in the Middle East. Now, we all agree that Iran should not and cannot have a nuclear weapon. We are committed to that. But the only successful strategy for preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon is diplomacy, something that Donald Trump had been pursuing right up until Prime Minister Netanyahu began bombing Iran. That is what we need right now, for all sides to come to the table to build an agreement that is sturdy and that cements lasting peace in place. But Trump's reckless action, backed by many Republicans in Congress, makes it more likely that this crisis escalates into a deadly cycle of violence. Trump's reckless action puts American lives at risk. Trump's reckless action risks initiating another endless war that could last months or even decades, as it did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We have the power to put a stop to this madness right now. Senator Kaine has introduced a war powers resolution to stop Donald Trump from turning these Iran bombings into another endless war in the Middle East. Americans don't need another war. Americans don't want another war. They need and want good jobs and lower prices, and that is exactly what we should be focused on. Now, when Donald Trump ran for president, he promised over and over and over that he would lower costs on day one. His words, on day one. And after he was elected, he was told that his policies would drive up costs. Trump said he, quote, couldn't care less. Now we are on day 154, and costs are up. Families are paying more for gas, more for housing, more for electricity. Prices are even going up on baby strollers, or as Donald Trump calls them, the thing you carry babies around in. Yeah, Donald Trump, man of the people. So logically right now, Republicans in Congress are ramming through Trump's big, beautiful bill. A bill that is not designed to bring down costs, but that will rip away health care from over 16 million people and hand that money over to every billionaire CEO who paid to be in front row at Donald Trump's inauguration. For anyone who's watching, I'm here today to read into the record 10 ways that Trump's and Republicans' big, beautiful bill will make your life more expensive. 1, your utility bills may go up. The Republicans' bill will get rid of investments that we've made in clean energy. Now, we need that energy. And the Republicans take our country backwards. It also means that the price of electricity will go up for American families like yours. 2, your rent could go up. How? Republicans are trying to block state and local governments from fighting schemes that predatory housing companies use to artificially jack up the price of rent. 3, if you're a kid from a working class family and you don't have the money to write one check to pay for college, Republicans will make that even more expensive for you. That's right. Republicans want to make it more expensive for you to go to college. They are cutting Pell Grants. 4, Republicans are making your student loan payments go up. Independent experts explain that by changing how student repayment plans work, Republicans could raise your student loan payments by an average of $400 a month. 5, Republicans are making it more expensive to go to medical school. I cannot believe I have to say this, but rich kids should not be the only ones who can become doctors. But this bill would limit how much you can take out to go to medical school, how much you can get in loans. 6, Republicans are making the cost of groceries go up with this bill. They are cutting food assistance, or SNAP, by nearly $200 per person per year. More than 7 million people will have less help, including more than 4 million people who will lose their food assistance altogether. 7, Republicans are increasing the cost of prescription drugs for millions of Americans. By demanding that states require higher copays for prescription drugs from $4 to $35, the cost of a prescription will go up nearly 900% for people on Medicaid. 8, Republicans will send your Affordable Care Act premiums skyrocketing, pushing them up by thousands of dollars, and in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars every year. 9, Republicans will drive up the cost of private health insurance. More than half of all Americans get their insurance through their employer. When a portion of the uncompensated care that happens under the Republican bill is shifted to private insurers, experts estimate that the cost to your family will be increased by hundreds of dollars a year. And 10, Republicans are ripping health care away from Republicans are ripping health insurance away entirely from 16 million people. For those people who will be uninsured, the cost of essential services like x-rays and blood tests will go up. A trip to the emergency room, if God forbid there's an accident, could mean that they go bankrupt. And that's just 10 ways that this bill could raise your costs. That's bad. But what makes the bill worse is that the money you lose does not pay down the national debt or help us rebuild our roads and bridges. Nope. The money you lose will be handed directly to a handful of giant corporations and billionaires in the form of new tax giveaways. Yes, Republicans are stealing your health care to pay for Jeff Bezos's third yacht. And at the same time that working families are worried about war and are scraping together enough money to put food on the table, Jeff Bezos is already celebrating by renting out Venice, all of Venice, for his $10 million wedding. Wow. With control of the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, this is what Republicans decided to do with their power. They decided to drive up your costs and rip health care coverage from millions of people. Really, just imagine that. The Republicans have virtually unlimited power, and they want to use it to kick newborn babies out of the hospital and take wheelchairs away from people with disabilities, all so they can give that money to their billionaire friends and their big corporate donors. It is sickening, and I am angry. I am angry because I believe it shouldn't just be rich kids who are able to afford a trip to the hospital when they fall down and break an arm. I am angry because I believe it isn't just babies from wealthy families who should be able to afford a trip to the pediatrician when they get an ear infection. I am angry because I believe it isn't just parents who are Wall Street bankers who should be able to pay for cancer treatments for their kids. Our nation is better than that. My Republican colleagues should feel ashamed. Experts have run the numbers. 51,000 more people every year will die unnecessarily if this Republican bill becomes law. And the Republican reaction, Senator Joni Ernst proclaimed, well, we're all going to die. And as recently as today, Mitch McConnell is telling Republicans behind closed doors that their party can take a sledgehammer to Medicaid and ignore people's concerns because, quote, they'll get over it. Really? Seniors in nursing homes who get kicked to the curb won't get over it. Little kids who find their mom or dad on the kitchen floor after they couldn't afford insulin won't get over it. Parents who rely on Medicaid to take care of their kid with a disability won't get over it because, make no mistake, people won't stop getting sick. They'll just stop getting care. And it doesn't matter if you're in a red state or a blue state either. And no, if Senate Republicans cut Medicaid, we will not get over it. We will hold you accountable at the ballot box. But right now, this bill is not law. We still have time to stop it, and that is exactly what we should do. Democrats will vote no. We will all vote no. We just need a few courageous Republicans, people who care more about working people instead of billionaires, just a few courageous Republicans to join us and to stop the big, beautiful betrayal from becoming law. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Leader, for setting the record straight. It's really awful when we hear Republicans come down here and they just don't tell the truth about the bill that they are trying to pass. Maybe that's why they try to pass it in the middle of the night. They think no one will really notice.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will.
Senator yield. All you have to do is look at their faces.
Yeah.
They know that what they're doing. They know it's unpopular. They know they're, as Senator Murkowski said, that they're all afraid. But it's time for them to stand up, isn't it?
Yep. So on Friday, I met Vivian. Vivian is an 11-year-old kid from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Vivian likes school. She likes her friends. She likes reading Harry Potter. She is a lot like any other 11-year-old. But for Vivi, going to school and being with her friends depends on Medicaid, because Medicaid covers the cost for her wheelchair, for her therapists, and for her health aid. Right now, Republicans are trying to rip away health care from kids like Vivian. The cruelty is truly breathtaking. I ask for one Republican senator, just one Republican senator, who plans to vote for this bill to look into Vivi's eyes and tell her that her health care is just not a priority for this country. You know, Mitch McConnell said to Republican senators that he knew they were getting calls about Medicaid, but not to worry about people losing their care because, according to Mitch McConnell, they will get over it. So I ask the Republican senators to look at Vivi and Vivi's sisters and Vivi's mom and Vivi's dad and say, if Vivi loses her Medicaid and her wheelchair and her therapists and her health aid, tell all of them that they will get over it. Because here's the deal. Vivi won't get over it. Her family won't get over it. The people of North Carolina won't get over it. None of us, Massachusetts, Idaho, Louisiana, none of us will get over it. The cruelty here is off the charts. But the part that really burns is the Republicans are trying to slash the health care that keeps kids like Vivi alive so they can hand out more tax cuts for billionaires. It is beyond cruel. It is obscene. I am angry, and we should all be angry. Because instead of playing at the pool or the park like a regular kid on summer break, Vivian had to come here to Washington to beg senators not to cut her health care. In a country as rich as ours, that shouldn't even be a question. Now, I actually don't think that my Republican colleagues have lost their hearts. They have lost their spines. It seems that all they can do now is bow down to Donald Trump and his billionaire donors. They will bow down, even if it means hurting families, community hospitals, and nursing homes in their own states. Trump wants the Republicans in Congress to hand out giant checks to the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations, and the Republican senators are willing to do that, even if it means kicking Vivi to the curb. Republicans know what they're doing. They know that this bill will hurt people. They know that this bill will kill people. And though it's hard to believe, they just look the other way. But on behalf of Vivi and millions of other kids and mamas and seniors and families that rely on the life-saving care that Medicaid makes possible, my Republican colleagues should grow a spine and stop this awful bill in its tracks. If it wasn't bad enough that this bill is set to rip away health care from 17 million Americans to pay for tax giveaways for billionaires, it actually has a bunch of other filthy giveaways buried in it, too. Who wins if Republicans pass this big, ugly bill? Billionaires, Wall Street, big tech, big oil, the wealthiest Americans, and the biggest corporations. Big oil will get a special get out of paying your taxes card, while millions of people lose their health care coverage. Billions of dollars for big oil, nothing for Vivi. Meta, oh man, Meta, there's a company that's really struggling. Meta will win $15 billion to incentivize them to do research in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Think about that. Unless a time machine comes with this, what Meta does in those 3 years is already done. But under this bill, Meta gets a $15 billion check on the day this bill passes, simply for existing, while families lose access to their health care. Wall Street wins big with a provision Republicans squeezed in that would slash funding for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Giant corporations want the opportunity to cheat American families again. So Republicans are desperately trying to take the cop off the beat. And who loses thanks to this big, ugly bill? Americans who can't afford health care. Families who need a little extra help putting food on the table. Grandmas and grandpas in nursing homes. Little babies and their mamas. If Republicans pass this bill, 17 million Americans will have their health care ripped away. That number has kept growing as the Republicans keep making more and more changes to the bill. For them, it is just a question of how many more Americans they can rip away health care from. This bill would also make the biggest cut to food assistance for families, kids, and veterans in American history. And here's one to underscore: 1 out of every 4 nursing homes in America would have to shut down under this bill. You know, my Republican colleagues should just call a few seniors who are in nursing homes in their home states and just go over the plans for where those folks are supposed to go next. What exactly do the Republicans have in mind for them? Maybe call the daughter of someone who's in one of those nursing homes and explain how she has to become a full-time caregiver once this bill passes. Maybe call just a few of the people whose lives you plan to tear apart. Budgets are about our values, and Republicans have made their values clear. They are willing to throw millions of Americans under the bus so that they can help out a handful of their billionaire buddies and giant corporations. They should be ashamed. Here's what Democrats believe. Democrats believe that no baby should go hungry so that Mark Zuckerberg can buy another Hawaiian island. Democrats believe that no person with a disability who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to live independently should have to give that up so that Jeff Bezos can buy a 3rd yacht. And Democrats believe that no grandma should be pushed out of her nursing home so that Elon Musk can take a subsidized rocket ship ride to Mars. It doesn't have to be this way. What if, instead of tax breaks for billionaires, we make the rich pay their fair share? What if, instead of slashing health care for our kids, we make it possible for every American to see a doctor when they're sick without breaking the bank? And what if, Instead of giving big oil more giant handouts, we make universal child care a reality for families all across this country. We can tax the rich. Damn it, if Jeff Bezos can afford to rent Venice for $50 million for his wedding, he can afford to pitch in his fair share on taxes so the next kid has a chance to make it big, and the kid after that, and the kid after that. We can make life better for working people. We can make it easier, not harder. We can lower costs for families, not jack them up even more like this bill does. We can put families first, not billionaires and billionaire corporations. Democrats believe this. Democrats are willing to fight for this. We will vote no on this awful bill. And for kids like Vivian, for seniors in nursing homes, for families who rely on home health aides, and for the millions more Americans that this bill will hurt, I urge my Republican colleagues, grow a spine and vote no. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is the financial watchdog to keep people from getting cheated on credit cards and mortgages and Venmo and payday loans and a zillion other transactions. When this financial cop can't do its job, there is no one else in the federal government to pick up the slack. The CFPB has returned over $21 billion to more than 205 million Americans who were cheated by big banks and giant corporations. That is why this agency is popular across the country. But from the beginning, Republicans in Congress have been trying to kill it, and now they want to slash the CFPB's modest funding cap almost in half. Not to save working people money, but to make it easier for corporations to trick and trap millions of people. Scammers love this Republican move. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to support the CFPB, the little agency that fights for all Americans. And I reserve the remainder of my time.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Section 30001 is purely budgetary and changes the CFPB's funding cap from 12% to 6.5%. It would provide the agency with ample funding to perform its statutory mandate. The funding available to the agency will grow each year as it is adjusted for inflation. There is nothing more budgetary than Congress deciding the funding level of an agency. I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment.
Mr. President.
Time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, good. Yeas and nays. Yeas and nays.
Mr. President, look, all this is about
Mr. President.
No, yeas and nays.
I'm sorry, I asked for the yeas and nays.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
I asked.
Senator, point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The pending amendment number 2414 would cause the underlying legislation to exceed the Banking Committee's Section 302A allocation of a new budget authority and outlays. Therefore, I raise a point of order against this measure pursuant to Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive Section 302F of that act for the purposes of the pending amendment. I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, are we on quorum call?
Yes.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've come to the Senate floor to discuss how our government is funded. The Constitution puts Congress in charge of setting up programs and funding them. And there are some programs, for example, Medicare and Social Security, that are funded at a certain level every year unless Congress passes a law to change it. But for pretty much everything else, Congress has to pass a new funding law every single year. The list is long. It's medical research and fighter planes and weather satellites and salaries for park rangers and food inspection programs so that the lettuce you eat doesn't make you sick. The money we spend is detailed every year in a set of 12 bills that Congress votes on, and they're called appropriations bills. The Senate voted on the first one of these 12 bills last week, the one that deals with funding veterans programs and military bases. I care deeply about improving the lives of our service members and our veterans. All three of my brothers were proud veterans, and they served their country with honor. I'm the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Personnel Committee. I voted no on that funding bill because even if this bill becomes law, I don't believe Donald Trump has any intention of following that law, and I am not willing to be a helpmate on another one of Donald Trump's scams. Why do I think that Trump won't follow the law? Well, consider his administration's track record over the past 6 months on congressional spending laws. First, Trump tried to freeze billions of dollars that American families and businesses count on, money that Congress set aside to support everything from food assistance programs to scientific research. Multiple federal judges blocked the illegal power grab, saying it blatantly violated the Constitution of the United States. Now, even Republicans are begging the administration to hand out the money for investments that Congress already passed and by law that their communities were promised. Second, Republicans in Congress are bowing down to Donald Trump and ratifying some of his worst efforts. They are using an obscure piece of federal law to zero out federal funding after it was approved by both Republicans and Democrats in Congress. This process is called rescission, and it only requires 50 Republican votes to do Donald Trump's bidding. And if that wasn't bad enough, Trump is already plotting to use a shady loophole to defund even more programs, demanding cuts so late in the year that Congress doesn't have time to do anything about it. The director of Donald Trump's Office of Budget and Management, Russ Vought, has already said that the loophole is, quote, on the table. Now let's be clear about what's happening here. Step one, Congress negotiates a compromise that both Republicans and Democrats support, and it's signed into law. Step two, Trump tells Republicans what parts of that deal that he wants to cancel. Step three, Republicans in the Senate bend the knee and follow Trump's orders to cancel the money. But wait, there is more. Apparently, step four is Republicans turn around and with a straight face ask Democrats to negotiate more deals for the next year's funding, starting the whole rinse and repeat process again, beginning with this bill to fund veterans services. Are you kidding me? Do we really look that gullible? Why should Democrats come to the table and negotiate in good faith and throw our support behind a quote-unquote bipartisan bill, only for Republicans to turn around after the deal is done and somewhere down the line delete any parts of the deal that Trump doesn't like? That's like Republicans saying, let's cut a deal and that you're going to sell us a car today, and then a month from now, the Republicans come back and steal the wheels. Of course, Trump may not ask his Republican buddies to rescind spending. Maybe instead, on his own, he'll just illegally refuse to spend it, the way he's done with $425 billion already this year. Look, our founders didn't give the president the power to decide spending. A king can decide anything he wants, but not a president. Donald Trump wants to be able to wake up and decide to cancel funding for public education, for transportation products, for medical research, for food inspectors, for anything, just because Donald Trump feels like it. And he wants the Republicans in Congress to roll over and let it happen. No checks, no balances. Just Trump playing king and ending the programs that would help the American people. Trump is getting a lot of help from his Republican team. Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, has said the problem in Congress is too much bipartisanship. Too much bipartisanship. In other words, the Trump administration is saying loud and clear, Donald Trump makes all the decisions. They don't need and they don't want Democrats. At the very same time, the Republicans need Democratic votes for these funding bills because the Senate rules clearly require 60 votes for them to pass, and there are only 53 Republicans in the Senate. If Democrats won't provide those votes, the Republicans want to blame Democrats for shutting down the government when this year's funding runs out at the end of September. On the other hand, if Republicans really want Democratic votes for these funding bills, then they should ask us, what's it going to take to win Democratic support? Not just what programs we want to fund or what the level of funding should be. Not that when the promises themselves won't be worth the paper they are printed on. No, Democrats should tell Republicans that if they want our votes, then they're going to have to guarantee that the deal we strike actually means something. I get it. Democrats and Republicans have different priorities. Here in the Senate, Republicans just voted to end health care for 17 million Americans and to drive up health insurance costs for millions more. Republicans have just voted to give billionaires huge tax cuts. Democrats are willing to make a deal, but our deal is about bringing down costs for families, including the cost of health care, of groceries, and of housing. If Republicans want to make a deal, then let's make a deal, but only if Republicans include an agreement that they won't take back that deal a few weeks later. Congress is a co-equal branch of government. We swore an oath to the Constitution, not to a king. I'm asking my Republican colleagues to grow a spine and stand up for Americans instead of bowing down to their pretend king. And I'm asking my Democratic colleagues to join me in using the power we have to fight back. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you. Madam President, I rise today to oppose the nomination of Dr. Stephen Miron to serve on the Federal Reserve Board of Governors. President Trump has run a months-long campaign to turn the Fed into his personal piggy bank in an attempt to escape accountability for his own economic failures. He has tried to intimidate and threaten to fire Federal Chair Jerome Powell, and when that didn't work, he illegally attempted to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook so that he could seize control of the board. Both of those failed, so now he is attempting to install his own puppet on the board with Dr. Miron, someone who intends to keep his White House job as the president's chief economic advisor open while serving at the Fed, setting up an unprecedented and unacceptable conflict of interest that will only ultimately cause more pain for American families. Don't just take it from me. Take it from one of the president's closest advisors, Larry Kudlow, who said, quote, "The bottom line is President Trump's going to take the Fed over as he should." And Senate Republicans are facilitating it, including by jamming through this nomination at warp speed so that Dr. Miron can be sworn in literally hours before the Fed's meeting tomorrow morning to determine interest rates. Now, the facts are clear. Donald Trump promised that he would lower costs, in his words, quote, on day one. Those were his words. He said it over and over as he ran for president. He would lower costs on day one. He didn't. Now, the cost of groceries, up. The cost of utility bills, up. The cost of housing, up. The cost of healthcare, up. The cost of back-to-school shoes and backpacks and baby strollers, up and up and up. He also promised a golden age for American workers. And again, he has failed. Job growth is down. The economy lost jobs in June. Unemployment is up, and people are staying unemployed longer. And worker confidence in the labor market is at its lowest since the end of the great financial crisis. Donald Trump could reverse course on his failing economic agenda. He could start helping families instead of turning everything over to his billionaire buddies. But instead, Trump wants to point the finger at everyone else and make the Federal Reserve his scapegoat. If Republicans let Trump interfere with the Federal Reserve, American families and businesses will pay the price in terms of higher costs going forward. And here is why. Congress created an independent Fed to keep politicians from making short-sighted economic decisions that would benefit the politicians politically. Sometimes the Fed is called on to make really hard decisions about when to raise interest rates when fighting inflation, and the whole world needs to know that the Fed is making these decisions based on data rather than being influenced by politicians. If the Fed loses its credibility, businesses and consumers will stop trusting the Fed to control inflation, and they will start acting like inflation is here to stay, and that will make prices soar. This is not a hypothetical. When autocrats take over their central banks, inflation follows. Turkey hit nearly 80% inflation. Argentina reached nearly 200% inflation. And even here in America, back when Richard Nixon pressured the Fed to serve his political needs instead of American families, prices went up. If Trump can control the Fed, the cost of Americans' credit cards and car loans and home mortgages and student loans and more will all be higher. So today's vote is not just about Dr. Myron. It is a question of whether the Senate allows President Trump to succeed in this next phase of his very public, very obvious, months-long campaign to stack the Fed with loyalists who will prioritize Trump's personal whims over America's long-term economic health. And throughout this confirmation process, Dr. Myron has spectacularly failed to demonstrate independence from dear leader Trump. During his confirmation hearing, Dr. Myron could not say the words, "Donald Trump lost the 2020 election," making Dr. Myron the first admitted election denier to sit on the Federal Reserve Board. Dr. Myron refused to resign from his current job at the White House as the president's chief economic advisor at the Council of Economic Advisors. Dr. Myron's so-called leave of absence from the Council of Economic Advisors is also just a joke. He will be sitting literally down the street from the White House, and he has refused to disclose any communications he has with the White House while he is at the Fed. And look, let's be 100% clear here. The vote we are taking today is not to confirm Dr. Myron for a 4-month term at the Fed, the official vote. When the lights were off and the cameras stopped rolling, Dr. Myron confirmed in writing that he will not rule out staying in his seat after his term expires this January. That means he could serve as a Fed governor and as the president's chief economist simultaneously for an indefinite period. And even if none of this were happening, Dr. Myron is a terrible choice for this job. He continues to callously dismiss the fact that Trump's policies are raising prices for families. He compares tariff-driven inflation to a meteor strike while dodging questions about his own financial disclosures. Now look, you won't hear me say this often, but I agree with the Wall Street Journal editorial board when it said that Dr. Myron, quote, won't be independent in any fair definition of the word. Dr. Myron knows that if he is confirmed, every decision he makes and every vote he takes at the Fed determines whether or not he'll be able to go back to his White House job later on. That's not independence, that's servitude. And he will have zero credibility with markets, zero credibility with businesses, and zero credibility with the public if he is ultimately confirmed. Many Republican senators have paid lip service to the importance of Fed independence. Well, if you actually mean it, then you should vote no. Otherwise, we are sentencing American families to years of higher prices and higher unemployment. I urge my colleagues to vote no on Dr. Myron's nomination. Madam President, I yield back.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, in July, when Republicans voted on the first spending bill for 2026, with cuts that would knock 15 million people off health care, I stood right here and I asked my Republican colleagues in the Senate to grow a spine and stand up for Americans. We are here today because the Republicans refused. Instead, Republicans bowed down to Trump, and now people all across this country will suffer. Let's be clear. Republicans shut down the government because they rather make health care more expensive than keep the government running. That is literally where we are right now. Republicans control the House, Republicans control the Senate, Republicans control the White House. They are in power. It is their job to keep the government running for the American people, and they have failed. Donald Trump and the Republicans own this shutdown. And don't take it from me. Listen to Donald J. Trump. In 2013, Trump himself said about a potential government shutdown, quote, "If there is a shutdown, I think it would be a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States. He's the one that has to get people together." That's Donald J. Trump. Now, at the same time, Trump said, quote, "The president has to lead. You have to get people in a room, and you have to just make deals for the good of the country." Donald Trump today should listen to Donald Trump from yesterday. Instead, Trump, Mr. Art of the Deal, hasn't been able to cut a deal for the most basic government functions. Wow. As Trump said, that is a tremendously negative mark on the President of the United States. Let me say it again. Democrats are fighting to roll back the Republican cuts that will take away health care from millions of people and raise health insurance premiums for millions more. That's it. That's what we're asking for. We have been asking for months to negotiate over this, and the Republicans have said no. What are they doing right now? Are they making counteroffers? Are they saying we could go this far but not this far? Nope. They are simply saying no. So now, when a family is forced to the brink of bankruptcy from one bad medical diagnosis, Trump and the Republicans own it. Republicans insist that those health care cuts go through. When community hospitals have to shut down, Trump and Republicans own it. when kids with cancer can't get treatment because potentially life-saving research grants come to a screeching halt, Trump and Republicans own it. When insurance premiums skyrocket, Trump and Republicans own it. Healthcare in America was already broken, but Trump and Republicans are making it much, much worse. They ripped away money that covers mamas giving birth and neighbors who need wheelchairs and home health aides, and they handed it over to giant corporations and billionaire CEOs. Democrats believe that no one should go bankrupt because they got sick and needed to see a doctor. So Democrats are here to say, we are willing to fight for families who need health care. If Congress is going to pass a budget for the United States government, then Democrats want saving health care for millions of Americans just to be part of that deal. Democrats have made that clear, and Republicans have refused even to talk about it. Trump is already doing his best to shut down government, or at least to shut down the parts of government that he doesn't like. Since day one, Trump has been trying to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress already agreed to fund. Trump and his buddy Elon Musk have fired tens of thousands of federal workers. Trump is declaring American cities as war zones and sending troops to invade communities. Trump is playing king time and time again, and Republicans in Congress are bowing down and letting him do it. While all of that is going on, Republicans in Congress want Democrats just to sign a blank check and hand it over to Trump and let him continue to shut down whatever he doesn't like and to destroy our democracy. They want us to agree to a budget knowing full well that Trump will then turn around tomorrow and delete this part or that part or whatever he doesn't like, just like he has already done. Why would we play along with that farce? Why would we throw our support behind a deal that any time, any day, Trump could just decide he doesn't feel like honoring it? And why would we do that without getting anything in return to help American families who are struggling with high costs, particularly the health care costs that Republicans are driving up? To do that would be a betrayal of the American people. Senate Democrats are holding the line for families. Senate Republicans decided they'd rather take orders from a wannabe king and shut down the entire government instead of helping out families who are getting squeezed on health care costs. It really is that simple. Make no mistake, this Trump shutdown will hurt people. Because of Republicans, children across this country could lose access to child care through Head Start. Because of Republicans, the National Institutes of Health Clinical Center will now stop enrolling patients in clinical trials that could be their only shot at treatment. Because of Republicans, air traffic controller hiring will stop at a time when we're already dealing with a dangerous shortage. Because of Republicans, park rangers and thousands of other civil servants won't get paid. Because of Republicans, Donald Trump's corruption and chaos will continue. So what's next? Well, Democrats want to keep the government open, and we want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will cost 15 million Americans their health care coverage and drive up insurance costs for everyone else. Look, this isn't partisan. This is a righteous fight on behalf of everyone who needs health care, everyone who might need to go to the hospital, everyone who counts on a community clinic or a home health aide. whether they are a Democrat, a Republican, an independent, or a none of the above. We are in this fight for Americans and for American health care. And it is only the Senate Republicans, led by Donald Trump, who stand in the way. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Madam President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Madam President, it has been one whole week since Republicans shut down the government. So why did they close the government? Because Republicans decided they would rather shut down the entire government than lower costs and save health care for millions of Americans. Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress are knocking 15 million people off their health insurance, driving up the cost of health care for everyone else, closing rural hospitals, shutting down community health centers, and much, much more, all so that they can fund giant tax cuts for billionaires. Those are Republican priorities. Democrats are fighting to prevent insurance premiums from doubling. We are fighting to help American families hang on to their health insurance because no one should go bankrupt because they got sick and needed to see a doctor. Now, in the next few days, Americans will begin getting letters in the mail telling them their insurance premiums are going up, way, way up. For some families, those premiums are doubling. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And here's what that means. Thanks to Republicans in Congress, a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will have to pay more than $22,000 every year to keep their coverage. $22,000. For families already hanging on by their fingernails, that could be a matter of keeping health care coverage or just giving up. And that could be a matter of life and death. I know what it's like. Growing up, there was never a time when my family didn't worry about money. My daddy ended up as a janitor. When I was 12, my daddy had a heart attack. He lost his job, the family station wagon was repossessed, and we were about to lose our home. My mother had never worked outside the home, but that is when she put on her best dress, got herself a minimum wage job answering phones at Sears, and saved our home and saved our family. Our healthcare system was already broken with high premiums, insurance denials, and huge copays. And that was before Donald Trump and the Republicans decided to make the healthcare crisis so much worse. Democrats are fighting to reverse Republicans' giant healthcare cuts and lower costs for Americans. Right now, it is only the Republicans in Congress that stand in the way. Affordable Care Act tax credits help people afford their health care, and they are set to expire at the end of the year, and insurance companies are resetting their rates right now. We are barreling toward a tipping point for American families. If Congress does not act, nearly 22 million Americans will see their health insurance premiums more than double on average. Democrats want to lower those costs right now. Republicans are shutting down the entire government instead of coming to the table to help American families. An overwhelming majority of Americans want us to extend these tax credits so that insurance premiums don't go through the roof. Even most Trump supporters agree with us on this. Donald Trump himself just said he wants to make it better, and it is only Senate Republicans who are standing in the way. Senate Republicans have refused to even sit down and negotiate over health care cuts, even though thousands of their constituents will see their costs go way up. For example, in Alabama, about 447,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Alaska, about 24,000 Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Arkansas, it's about 144,000 Americans. In Florida, it's 4.4 million Americans. In Idaho, it's 101,000 Americans. In Indiana, it's 290,000 Americans. In Iowa, It's 118,000 Americans. In Kansas, it's 182,000 Americans. In Kentucky, it's 77,000 Americans. In Louisiana, it's 276,000 Americans. In Maine, it's 54,000 Americans. In Mississippi, it's 320,000 Americans. In Missouri, it's 383,000 Americans. In Montana, it's 67,000 Americans. In North Carolina, it's 888,000 Americans. In North Dakota, it's 38,000 Americans. In Ohio, it's 514,000 Americans. In Oklahoma, it's 290,000 Americans. In Pennsylvania, it's 422,000 Americans. In South Carolina, it's 588,000 Americans. In South Dakota, it's 50,000 Americans. In Tennessee, it's 593,000 Americans. In Texas, it is 3.7 million Americans. Nearly 4 million Americans will see their insurance premiums skyrocket. In Utah, it's 395,000 Americans. In West Virginia, it's 63,000 Americans. In Wisconsin, it's 272,000 Americans. In Wyoming, it is 43,000 Americans. Look, Democrats are fighting to lower costs for every single one of those Americans. Where are their Republican senators? Those were the insurance premiums, which will cause about 5 million people to lose their coverage because they just can't afford those higher costs. But Republicans are also cutting health care for another 10 million Americans. That's seniors in nursing homes, mamas with newborn babies, and it's your neighbor who needs a wheelchair or a home health aide to be able to live independently. Democrats have said time and time again, if Congress is going to pass a budget for the U.S. government, then saving health care for those millions of Americans has to be part of the deal. We will not stop fighting for Americans' access to their doctors and to their hospitals. And what has been the response of Donald Trump? He don't want to talk about health care. Nope. Instead, his plan is to inflict maximum pain on Americans during this Republican shutdown. His right-hand man, Russ Vought, is shutting down important infrastructure projects as political punishment. They're threatening to fire many more federal workers. And get this, the White House is furloughing hundreds of staffers because of the Republican shutdown, but they are keeping every single DOGE staffer on. In total, the Trump administration is furloughing over 500,000 workers who work every day to keep our country running. But at least Elon Musk's pals at DOGE are safe. And that tells you everything you need to know about the Republican plans. Look, this may feel like a surprise to millions of Americans, but the Republican attack on Americans' health care has been long in the making. It's exactly the shutdown playbook Donald Trump and his lackeys laid out in their Project 2025. Since day one, Trump has tried again and again and again to shut down the parts of government he just doesn't like. He has tried to illegally wipe away millions of dollars for programs that Congress had already agreed to fund. He has illegally fired tens of thousands of federal workers. He has illegally sent our troops to invade American cities. And the response of Republicans in the Senate has been to bow down and let Donald Trump do all of that and more. And now, during a government shutdown, the President of the United States is saying, quote, a lot of good can come from a shutdown, and quote, we can get rid of a lot of things we didn't want. And while all of that is going on, why would Democrats sign off on a Republican budget without ironclad guarantees to make sure that Trump won't just turn around and go back on the deal and not lower costs for families? The answer is, we won't. While Senate Republicans keep taking orders from their wannabe king and drag out their government shutdown, Senate Democrats will not stop fighting to save health care and to lower costs for families. We want rollbacks of the Republican cuts that will take away health care coverage from 15 million people and drive up insurance premiums for everyone else. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a partisan fight. Democrats are in this fight for all Americans, and we urge Senate Republicans to join us to protect health care coverage for millions of Americans and end this painful government shutdown. Madam President, I yield the floor.